Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Right, might help if we have a mic. Hello everyone. Let me get all caught up. I immediately need a throat lozenge. Samsara, congratulations on getting first. Hello for being here. BD, Witchy. I'm just going to turn that desktop audio down slightly. Let me know if it's too much. I tested it where I had a bit more voice and I can already feel my voice is going. So we're just going to turn that down. Hopefully I'm not too loud in comparison to the music. The music's not too loud. Let me know. I am feeling better, BD. Getting there. Technically my isolation ended yesterday. I've still been isolating because I'm still not 100% and I'm still symptomatic. I'm still a little sniffly. I still got a bit of a sore throat, but we're at the point now it's just like having a cold, which is much more bearable than how bad it was because it hit hard. I've been on antivirals this whole time. I don't want to think about how hard it would have hit without the antivirals because, it's not fun. Witchy Woman, thank you for all the good vibes. And Sammy, thank you for the sub. Subscribed for 8 months on a 7-month streak. Look at that. We're almost at 9 months. We're almost at a Twitch baby. What's everyone doing or being for Halloween? Well, I'm here. It is, of course, the 31st in New Zealand. I forgot. I thought yesterday was the last of the month. I thought Halloween was October 30th. I thought it was like the end of the month yesterday. And I was really sad that I hadn't managed to finish all this. And so last night I was going to push myself to film my monthly wrap-up so I could have a shot of this at its place, because I knew I was going to carry on with Murphy's Law today. So it's like, well, I need to do my YouTube thing, and I usually do Pathfinder on a Monday. And Pathfinder got postponed 2 weeks because of external factors. So I was like, great, I'll have time to record it. But I also flipped a message to the lovely Jules from Fate of Bison about some stuff for Wednesday that we'll talk about in a moment. And then she's like, oh yeah, no, I'll probably be busy tomorrow night because it's Halloween. I'm like, wait, tonight's Halloween? She's like, no. And I'm like, oh my god. So I was panicking for nothing. Can I have a whole extra day? Today's the end of the month, so it's that last minute scramble to get as much finished as possible. Yes, Lacey, I have COVID. I got it from a convention. We're on the tail end of it though, so I'm feeling much better. And Lawful! Hello. I've been missing your streams. I've only just started coming back to Twitch. I've only just started feeling human the last couple of days, so it's nice to be back. I missed you all. We're still, again, you can hear, I'm still not 100%, but we're a lot better than we were, which is nice. Incredible hoodie, yeah. It's got unicorns and rainbows, and it's also really warm. But yeah, so long story short with all of that, my fever made me forget what day it was, and also this is what we're doing for Halloween, is I'm hanging out with all of you. However, I know for a lot of you, it's not Halloween today. Tomorrow is Halloween. Which is Wednesday here in New Zealand. So for a lot of y'all's Halloween, I will actually be on Fate of Isid's Twitch channel tomorrow night. So I can remember how to do things. I'm a professional streamer. So there's this wonderful community that the wonderful Samsara got me involved in, called Fate of Iced. They are a New Zealand D&D podcast that also streams live here every fortnight on Twitch. And this Wednesday is their off Wednesday, so they normally don't stream this Wednesday. However, the DM Jules is doing a special Halloween one-shot because it's Halloween on the off week, and I was invited to take part in it, which is really, really exciting because while I've helped out in Fate of Bison with moderation behind the scenes for a long time, and helped know Jules through a bunch of projects that we do together, I've never actually been DM'd by Jules, which is quite a rarity for her when I pointed this out, because most people are introduced to Jules by her DMing for them. So she's actually like, I didn't even realise I had a DM to you, despite all the time that we've known each other. Thank you for the hydrate, Witchy. You can see we've got a ton of water beside us today. So yeah, that's what I will be doing on a lot of people's Halloween night. Or very, very early. I know, it's weird timing. It's 7:30 PM NZT. But I will be playing a character on that, and we're probably going to talk about the character today, and I'm hoping you all will help me develop this character a little bit. Like, it's a one shot, but I want to go in with a bit of a, like, understanding of the character and who she is. Mostly because of who I'm going to be playing with. Because, again, Jules Bergerset, amazing DM, amazing podcast. Like, I've learned a lot just helping out with Fate of Ice and watching Jules DM and watching how she does things. And then Erica, who I've actually played with before thanks to Samsara running some D12 Go. Really, really fun, very sweet person. And very happy to be able to play with Erica again. But then the big one is that Alan Henry is also going to be there And if anyone's ever watched Cocaine Bear, that I watched it last night. Like, I needed to finally watch it. But the movie that is literally about a bear snorting cocaine. Like, the name gives the whole plot away. It's very much a B-grade movie. But Alan Henry was Cocaine Bear. He's a stunt actor. He's been in, like, Lord of the Rings. And again, who hasn't here in New Zealand? I mean, I haven't, but yeah, he did a bunch of stuff in Lord of the Rings in terms of stunt and stuff like that, and does a lot of like stunt and animal work and like creature work and stuff like that. It's pretty cool when I was like doing a little like, you're actually kind of a name, let me investigate you. But yeah, he's a big TTRPG person, and I've heard a lot about him through Jules, through some other projects that we've been working on, and now I get to play in a game with him, so I'm a little nervous, but I'm trying not to, because it's like, you've worked with some pretty big names, like actual actors, and I'm just like a person on the internet that likes to play D&D. But anyway, let me get you over to the art screen, because I'll sit here and ramble forever. And like, then we can actually bring up some pretty arts instead of just my face. My face. But yeah, so we've been talking about like our characters and what's going on. Again, it's a one shot, so the idea is to go in and not be too like, it's a one shot. You know, it's not like a full term campaign or anything, it's literally just a one shot. But sorry, it was just a group. I still want to come in with an understanding, because it makes me more comfortable as well if I understand why a character is the way a character is. There's still room to develop them, but it certainly helps me feel comfortable playing a character, because I'm not an actor. I'm not. I don't particularly do voices well. I can do inflections on my voice, but I can't do voices per se. And stuff. So yeah, we'll get to the character in a minute, but let me catch you up on the actual Murphy's Law page as well, because I did do a little bit when I was off. So I finally managed to finish all the background, finally. And now we're getting some of the floor down, and then we'll get the bunting done, and then we just have to move on. Now, I'm in two minds, because I know we said we were going to do marble and marble painting. I don't know how difficult it's going to be. I was going to mute my phone. I forgot about that. I'm kind of like, I want this page done. This page was meant to be done this month. This is not meant to carry on past Halloween. I can let you know now, right now. There's no way I'm going to finish this today. Sorry, I really try not to text when I'm live. Alright, so yeah, that's my weird ramble. I might be a little rambly or out of it again. I'm still not 100%. You could hear it. I'm still not 100%. I'm still under the weather. But how are y'all doing? How's everyone? Who's got plans for Halloween? Who's dressing up? So yeah, the whole point of that as well was that I might dress up as my character. Fate of Iceland. That's how it tied to Halloween. There was a logic, not just my feverish brain. I have like the world's largest bag of tissues under my desk right now. You're being a modern witch? That is a good idea. I do have a witch hat somewhere. Because I had a couple of paid DM gigs where I dressed up as a witch or witchy vibes or like wizardy vibes. So it's a lot of fun though. I really enjoy dressing up. See, I never got to participate in Halloween as a kid. It was not allowed by our church, and so I think that's why my love of dressing up is now as an adult, because it's such a novelty to me to dress up in a costume. I have a few costumes. I'm not like massively stocked on costumes, but I have a few bits that work in terms of like pulling stuff together for a costume. The character for the Fate of Ison live stream is a artificer, and we're actually going with a fairy artificer, which is going to be interesting. I think I've played a one-shot fairy character before, but I don't remember much about her. But this fairy has broken wings. Which I think is really quite an interesting concept. So it's a fairy that can't fly, and actually uses the combat wheelchair. Because I did talk to Jules about a few characters, and she did mention about bringing the combat wheelchair into Ison, which I've played that combat wheelchair a lot. So the mechanics of it, super easy. And I was like, yeah, no, I can do that, no trouble. So I think this is like my third character that's in the combat wheelchair, and technically it's the fourth time I've played a character in a wheelchair, but one time was the same character but built in Pathfinder. The Pathfinder wheelchairs, by the way, so much more dope than D&D wheelchairs. For a start, the legit official gear, it's not homebrew. But yeah, the cool thing about that is I definitely do have fairy wings in my closet that are probably a little bent. So we can do some broken fairy wings pretty easily. I think from memory it's quite a steampunky vibe, and I don't own a lot of steampunky clothing. I have my very, very well used corset that is like a brown pleather look. It's painted, it's not actually, but I have the corset. Oh, good, Sammy. The corset that I can add. I've got like a top under it that I think will fit the vibes. But I was trying to rack my brain because I don't actually own anything else really steampunky. Like ideally I would have like one of those goggle top hats or something. Especially as an inventor, I realise that that's actually something I'm lacking. I don't have a lot of hats. I don't generally do hats, but even like a fascinator or something, but I don't have one, and I don't have time to whip something up. But not that we have to dress up for the stream, but also I just realised it's not capturing my chat. Why are you not capturing my chat? So everything's refreshed. There we go. Now it's capturing it. Sorry about that. Yeah. So what I kind of was hoping was that, because you'll like come up with the best ideas as well. I mean, look at the chaos that we've created with the story with Murphy's Law on this page. It's all of you. It's all your amazing creative geniuses. So I was hoping that you'd help me come up with a few things for this character. And we'll see what kind of resonates and sticks. So as I said, she is a fairy artificer with broken wings in a wheelchair. Now, for those that aren't familiar with D&D or tabletop roleplay, an artificer is like a magical inventor that wields both mechanical and magic to create new specialties, infusions, creations, all sorts of stuff. So they're quite an interesting class to play, and they have a lot of decisions to make. I still haven't finished building it, but the one that I'm playing in particular is an alchemical artificer. So I make like magic potions that can boost up my party. I got lots of stuff to sort of help my party out. I'm very much the what's known as support in the party. I am the person that is going to be boosting the other two's attacks and defenses and stuff like that, because they're very much the frontline people. My character's like the tiny wheelchair broken fairy out the back, but spells and magics and cool stuff, and I can attack with my wheelchair. So I don't have a name for her. I'm pretty sure it's a her. Not opposed to playing another gender, but I know it just feels like a her in my mind. So I need a name. Oh, sorry, I should have muted the mic. And then the other thing is, so we are a traveling party of adventurers, and we've just done like a side gig or something. We're known as the Whistles, I think. WW is our symbol. So I was like, well, they can be on the wheelchair. And we're stopping off and going to an amusement park. Like, we've just completed a mission. This is our downtime. And it's like, it's actually like a mechanical park, like big steampunky giant robots. So I was like, clearly my artificer is like in love with this idea of this theme park and is inspired. Like, maybe she wants to go and meet her heroes or something. I feel very much she's dragging the party to the amusement park, because like, dream. And so what I need to figure out is like more about her, because in my head she's sort of like, think Willy Wonka but without the talent. That's kind of what I'm seeing, is someone who's coming up with these neat ideas and fun little inventions and likes to have fun and play like games and make cute little things, but maybe doesn't quite have the talent for it. Maybe things are just falling apart. Sandwich! Hello! What an epic way to make your way into stream. How are you going, lovely? Ugh, I'm so over these Coles fruit lozenges. Like, they're good and they do the job, but ugh, they're gross. Good. I hope you're feeling okay. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better. I'm not 100%, but I'm definitely better on the spectrum. We're on our last days of antivirals, which in itself is a massive win. We're up, we're streaming. Like, all of this is massive wins, so we're doing okay. We're doing a lot better than we have been. How are you doing? How are you after your weekend Halloween gigs? It's so cool to see. Our current royalty in the chat. We're just talking concepts about a one-shot character that I'm playing on Wednesday over on Fate of Ison. I'm playing a fairy artificer, but she has broken wings. And I still need to come up with a name. Maybe like some mundane inventions that she's come up with that haven't quite worked out right. Naming characters is always the hardest part. Saw. Royalty with a sword. So yeah, we're just up to the floor now. So most of what the floor is the black and white tile, and then it'll be darker at the bottom and then a little lighter as it gets closer to the light source, but then we've got the direct light source from outside to contend with, and then also shadows from creatures, and there's a little bit. So we're just starting off by making sure we get all these tiles to read as black and white, and then we're going to darken certain tiles. Jam, that's your name suggestion. First off, my brain went jam on toast, which I think is half the point. I'm trying to think, like, why would someone be called Jam? Did she maybe have an accident with an alchemy jug one time involving jam, and now everyone just calls her Jam? So the food and gears jamming. Oh. Oh, that's smart. See, sandwich. So smart. My brain just went strawberry jam and didn't think any further. Whose inventions have a tendency to go sideways, putting people in a jam. Yeah. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. I know I'm quiet. I'm just ruminating on it. I do like the jam. Jam might be a good thing. It might be a good name. Because, like, you can make a joke about it being one time the alchemy jug exploded. And it wasn't that much jam. I hope I have my throat back by Wednesday properly so I can actually do some sort of cutesy voice. I'm playing a tiny fairy. Not legit tiny in terms of D&D size. Technically a small. So if the inventions go sideways, that's the other thing I kind of need to think up of is like, what are some of the inventions? Like, because one of the things I was thinking is like, if you've ever looked at the list of what an artificer can replicate, because with infusions you can replicate magic item. So ridiculous. Right now she has a wand of pyrotechnics because I just thought that was hilarious. Like, it's a one shot. I'll burn infusions on the most useless of items because we're probably not even going to get to use them. Most of my inventions are just me putting the wand of pyrotechnics into something. And then whenever it goes wrong, because I'm an artificer, right? If the item gets destroyed, I just replicate the magic item again. Oh my god, that's it. She's not actually an inventor, she's just a pyromaniac that likes putting fireworks and stuff. The amount of times I've played characters that are obsessed with like blowing stuff up, this is like, maybe there's something there. Okay. I like that. I should write this down because I don't trust my fever-riddled brain right now. So, if I even know where paper is around here. You know what? You're photovisor related, so we'll use the other side of you. I'll see if I can find my wand. I actually have a wand somewhere that I made. One time. I feel like if I really wanted to go on the nose, her last day would be Cogsberry. You have a meeting to go to? Oh, good, Sammy. I know you're doing the work, Lurk. You go do what you gotta do. But yeah, I know I have wings in my closet, so I might pull those out and wear those for stream. And then I don't have much steampunky type clothes, so I will probably just pull out, like I have like a white top. I'll have to check that everything's actually clean. I should probably do that because I can do some washing tonight if I mask up to go to my laundry. I've got like a white top and then like a corset vest thingy that I could wear that kind of gives like adventurous vibes. I've worn it before, like a pirate one shot. Gilded Mongoose, hello, welcome in. How are you going? Welcome into the chat. I do have to apologize. I am still a little COVID riddled at the moment, so I'm sounding a little congested and run down, but we're here, we're streaming. I had a package arrive yesterday. Yesterday? Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was Monday, so it must have been yesterday. Anyway, apparently, a fevered Amy thought it was a good idea to order piles of candy while in a COVID fever. And I'm talking piles, like, the box that arrived is huge. I am so stocked on sugar right now. It's so good. I'm definitely feeling better, Gilded Mongoose said I did, for sure. Because, yeah, I was feeling pretty atrocious there for a while. So, this is the first day in a long while that I've really felt quite functional. I mean, that being said, it is only 10:30 in the morning. So, you know, give me like an hour and a half and then we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We haven't even made it to the first ad break yet. Yeah, in fact, I think I might have a piece of candy. In a minute, we're going to get this one in here, otherwise I'm going to forget that I was doing it. And then that one in there needs doing. Oh, I didn't do this one. My bad. Oh. Ooh. Wow. Oh, that was too many clicks. Oh. Can be a walking frame. So, for context, I already had this one, which is like a massive bag of gummies, sour gummies. It's 1 kg. I also have, it's not in the box, I think it's in the cupboard, but I have like a bag of hard-boiled sweets. Nothing fancy, just fruit sweets. So we got this tub here. Speaking of Willy Wonka, these are like that candy licorice with like a sherbet filling. You can see I've already made it into the green apple ones because they're good. So they got like a sweet little tangy centre. These buckets are always so disappointing though, like the amount of actual like candy in them compared to the size of the buckets. Never anything major. And I brought a kg of super sours. These are good. I like fruit chews, but then they got like a super sour gel in the center. And then, oh, tin lid's not even on properly. We got biscuits. In fact, we got 2 things of biscuits because there was also a chocolates container one. But I just moved the whole lot in here because, like, it's just easier. So it's a biscuit tin that actually has biscuits in it, not a sewing kit. And then yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said this was a ridiculous box that Fever Bee ordered. We have these 2 here. I think these are English sweets because I actually see some of these at the English shop under me. So, yeah. So I've had a couple from here that I've tried. I've had these Scotties drumsticks things before. I've had drumsticks because they're at the shop under me. I also chucked my leftover Armageddon lollipops in here. I tried the Parma Violets. They're actually disgusting. And then I tried the Refresher, but I tried this blue one. And it tastes like lemon, but it's the dishwater lemon. It's not like nice lemon. So yeah, that was a bit disappointing. And then this one. I haven't even opened this one, but we'll open it up. It's probably the same, so I could probably actually just compress these into one, to be perfectly honest. Let's put them all together. I do want to try that fudge chew though, that sounds really good. Let's just do this. And now I can use this one for something. So yeah, that is my ridiculous candy order that came in. And I mean ridiculous. So ridiculous. But I guess sick me knew that future me would need a little pick-me-up, I guess. I don't know. Future me's not happy about the credit card bill. I can say that much. Okay, that one's good. That one's just caramel. So yeah, I think we're pretty stocked for the Feed Me Candy redeem for a while. And I shouldn't technically need to get any more. But that being said, Halloween candy goes on sale and I usually do stock up because it's a really good time to get some really cheap candy. You just saw the squirrels? Thank you. Let me give you the whole page overview so you can actually see it better. This is what we've been very slowly working on. We're at 70 hours onto this page so far. That's how ridiculous this is. Yeah. just a little bit of work. I am really loving how it's turning out though. But we've still got a lot more to go to finish it, so I'm just working my way across the floor. Then once the floor's done, we'll go in, we'll finish the bunting. And then I have lots of little details to do. But probably the biggest thing is the pillars. And we did talk about doing like a gold marble look for the pillars, which I still kind of want to do, but I also know it's going to be extra work to do those gold marble pillars, but it's going to be worth it. But it's just taken so long at this point that I'm like, we could just color them like cream and be done. I need to ask you a video editing later. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was about video editing. No, that's all good, hun. Yeah, just flick me a message and like after stream I'll go for a nap and then work. But if I forget to respond, you know how my brain works. Just keep pinging me. Just keep pinging me and I will get to you. But never be afraid to go, hey, have you done this yet? Because it may have slipped my brain because there's like 4 billion things up in there. So I'm actually someone who really appreciates when people nag me because then it reminds me that I need to do stuff. I even need something sitting out right in front of me to remind me, or someone actively reminding me, or for it to be on a list. And I forget to put shit on my list all the time. And that's the point of the list. So if it's not on the list, if it's not directly in front of me, or someone's not purposely reminding me, I will forget. That's why this is sitting out here. Because this is the hermit crab that I drew on the Fate of Ison's live stream. And I need to line it. But I want to get a photocopy of it first before I line it so I don't ruin the original. So depending how I go after stream, I might go and pop around to the library because they can do that there for me pretty easy. It doesn't have to be on good paper. It's literally just so I can copy it and line it without ruining the original, having to pull the original out of the sketchbook. Alright, it has some shadow coming around here. Shadow from our squirrel friends. And then shadow from our barriers. Cool. Yeah, I'm not like big on the video editing part, but I'll tell you what I can do. I'll tell you how I do it. It's easy. But a lot of my video editing is very, very simple because of how I film stuff and also what my laptop is capable of. I would love to do more complex video editing, but my laptop just can't handle the programs. So my laptop can barely handle if there's a couple of cuts in videos. But we manage. But yeah, it's yet another thing where if I could get the funds to upgrade the PC, the quality would increase in a lot of stuff that I produce. So I do really need to just sit down, figure out what I want to build in the PC, figure out the parts that I need, create a list, and then I can start working on getting those bits one by one. And then we can finally upgrade the PC, because it's not a matter of if, but when. The worst thing about the antivirals is the taste that they leave in your mouth. So gross. You just can't get rid of it. I actually think we might need to darken more of the floor here. Like, there's not a lot of light at that point. Let's bring this up a bit. It doesn't have to be dark, but it does need to be a bit darker down here, I think. Just to help with that gradation to where it does get a lot darker. Yeah, that helps a bit. It's a bit more readable. Just as it fades down. Food time? Oh, good. Enjoy your food. I hope it is delicious and nutritious and everything that you need. Food is very tasty. Alright, I think we're good to... Gets a bit confusing over here. Just a bit. Alright, so most of this is in shadow anyway. Normally I wouldn't go straight in. No, we can't go straight in with the black. We've had those issues before. And we've probably already ruined this one, but that's okay. We'll figure that one out. So we'll make you dark. Dark goose, and you can just be a dark as well. And then for ease, we're going to make you Caught my nail on something there. I hope that wasn't the paper. Hopefully it was just like caught on the glitter glue up there, because oosh. Okay, cool. So we're getting our... I'm completely off screen, aren't I? It's an awkward place for me to work too. should also probably have my compression glare on, but meh. So we've used dark sepia, this is Payne's grey, and then we'll add in a layer of black, and that'll actually give us the black for the black tiles on the floor, because again we don't build up black with just the black pencil. We use lots of other lovely tones to help build it up. So funny to think the last stream before con I showed you how I was doing the floors, the walls and the bunting, thinking I've managed to get all of that done while I was on holiday, and I didn't even finish the walls. Optimism, anyone? Alright, so this is the white tile, but we're going to go straight over it with, what are you, number 3? Number 4! Look at that. Because you're in a bit of shadow, so the white would be quite dark. And then we're going to take number 5. We're even going to darken some areas again. Terrible habit. Don't ever start. So I've actually been, because I've come back on Twitch, I've been browsing around again, and I've actually found a new colorist that I've been talking to. Like, they legit, just like me, they pretty much only color on Twitch, which is really cool to see. But it's another person that's been talking to me about the Pablos by Karen Dash, and how they are a really wonderful add-in to the Faber-Castell poly set that I love. I was like, oh my god, and they were showing me a bunch of the colours and stuff like that, and I'm just like, oh. So I think I have the next set that I want to get in terms of pencils, because they're gorgeous, but they do actually supplement the colour range pretty well. Like, there's definitely some similarities, but about half the range is different from polys, which means it's a wonderful set to add in to expand the poly range and give some variance to the colours. And I can buy them individually as well to restock them. So yeah, so I was looking online and I found out that I can buy them from Amazon Australia. I get free shipping to New Zealand. It is like $300, so ooh, Yeah, I knew there was a few people that have been talking to me about Pablos recently. It just cracked me up as well that there was another person talking about Pablos as well. So, yeah. But just a heads up, we are about to go into our first ad. So if you are new to the channel, we do run ads every hour for 3 minutes. For transparency, I do earn ad revenue from this, which is a free way to support the channel. But mostly we run these ad breaks because they are a reminder for me to stop and stretch. And it's very important that I stop and stretch. Beatty has also redeemed a posture check and a hydrate. So we're going to do a bunch of self-care this ad break. I'm also due some pain medication. So all the self-care. Like Betty's even redeemed take your meds chat. So yeah, take this opportunity to do some self-care. We don't colour during this break. We legit stop for 3 minutes and do self-care. And then we come back. This is why we run the ad breaks. So yeah, make sure you do your self-care. I'm going to start by taking my meds. And the ad should be starting any second. Oh, there it is there. Right as I summon the command. Oh. Alright. Oh, these hips are tight today. Whew. Oh, I can't even get like the full swing in I normally get. Oh, loosen up. Oh, I missed a phone call. Who are you? Did you think you're work or hospital? Oh my goodness. Why is it saying sub goal was just met this minute? The sub goal was met ages ago. Twitch, you're not quite understanding. Hey Jay. Ah, yay! It didn't show up in my notifications, but thank you so much for subbing, Chai. That's so lovely. It's funny that it says that we just hit 25 because my overview says that you're by 26. So this is also why I'm very confused because we hit 25 a couple of streams ago. I don't understand Twitch, but that's fine. We'll take it. We'll take it. Right. I'm sure that is work's number. Why is work ringing me and not leaving a message? The problem is that work has a number of numbers. Oh no, it's Upload District Council. Why is the council ringing me? Ugh. Twitch being slowly update. What's you? Exactly. Well, thank you anyway, Chai. Oh, excuse me for subbing again. I don't want to put my phone on noise because we get a lot. I get a lot of messages and it's going to buzz continuously, but I need to keep an eye on it in case I get a phone call again. Alright, let's clear the rest of the notifications. If we put the phone right in front of me, then if I see it light up with a phone call, we'll know what's going on, hopefully. I got a mystery phone call that I missed. I don't like when people ring and don't leave a message and don't say who they are and don't say why they're calling. And apparently it's one of the council numbers, but I don't understand. It gives me such anxiety. I don't like phones. This is why I could never ring in a call centre. I don't do good with phones. But yes, welcome back. Everyone should be back from the ad break now. And I do appreciate you all going to ad land for us so we could do those stretches. My hips are feeling much more limber. We have hydrated. We have taken pain meds. We're doing good. Actually, one thing I should have done. Oh. Also, my pendant alarm is now flashing that it needs to be tested as well. But we'll do that later. I'm just going to mute you for a moment while I blow my nose again. Oh, can't wait till I get my nose back. The maximum is if they don't leave voicemails and it wasn't important urgent. Yeah. The thing is, certain things won't leave voicemails. Namely, work and income. Their number doesn't even show up as work and income. Which actually makes it worse for me, because if it showed up as work and income, I would answer it. But if it just shows up as a random number, I'm not likely to answer it, because I have to be in the right headspace to answer a phone call with no expectation of a phone call coming. Like, there's no reason to call in this day and age. Everything can be done via email. I don't need to talk to people. Except for those that I choose to on my stream on the internet. It gives me such anxiety. The only thing I can think of with that number is I keep on being harassed in an email from some sort of power meter company that they need access to the property to read the meter, except the address is for down the road. And this has happened twice before. And both times I've emailed them back and said, this is not my property. Please stop emailing me about it. And the email will be like, please ring us to book a time where we can access the meter on your property. It's like, it's not my property. I don't own property. And even if I was a tenant, that's not my address. It's for a couple of, it's in the next block for a start. It's not this block. But it's like, yeah, no, this ain't my property. Stop bothering me about it. So that's all I can think of, is because the power company meter readers kind of come under the council a little bit, I think. I think the subcontractors. Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. If it's important, they'll ring back again. It also could have been the health ward, which could have been the hospital then, which could have been any one of the billions of departments that I am under. I have just used the wrong colour there and gone way too dark. Like maybe you would have some shadow from the table, but also we want to use this to indicate that the floor can be lighter. This is why we should concentrate, Amy. Good thing we have an electric eraser. Electric erasers are wonderful. This is a very cheap one, but it does the job. The only thing I would say is because it's battery operated, it's a bit of a pain because you got to replace batteries. I'd love to get one that's USB chargeable, so it didn't have to deal with batteries, but it was cheap. And I could get the replacement bits for it, which is the important part. I don't even know where the replacement bits are for the moment for the actual eraser. Oh, tiny pencil. Alright, where's our even lighter one? We're using so many tiny pencils. We might really need to host a nub ceremony soon. But the rule is, if we can still get them in the sharpener, they're still valid pencils. Which is why these two are so ridiculously tiny. Because I can just get them in the sharpener. Today seems to be a low energy day. Ended up having a really long 1 hour nap just before because tiredness swept over me and I had to lie down. I'm glad you listen to your body. Like, if your body is at that point and it's telling you lie down, listen to it. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a burnout day. It happens. We all have days where it just does get too much and we need to go and lie down. I practically nap every day. There's very few days I don't end up napping. Alright, let's blend out that blue a little bit more. Probably need to smooth out that blue a bit there. Oh, I hate the taste of the medicine in my mouth. How's the law coming along? I don't think we've really discussed it much further. Gosh, this will be a test of how much do I remember. So we have, so it's called Murphy's Law because this is based in a town called Law. Murphy is our mayor, which is the cat in purple, and this is the annual Halloween party of Sir Bobbington III. And at this party, Murphy is actually killed. And our story follows Gregory and Mordecai as they investigate it. Mordecai is Celians. Hello, Celie Raid. Benedict. Buck. Batch Buck. Oh my gosh, we discussed this. I'm sure it's Buck. I could be very wrong. Here. I'm so sorry. I'm still dealing with COVID fever. Batch. Oh my goodness. Hello, welcome in Zappinter. And like Buck. It is Buck. I did have it right. It is musical Buck. Addicted to Buck, the music. Yeah. I did have it in there. It's still in there somewhere in my fever-riddled brain. Oh, and Silly, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. That's very kind of you. Obviously, I do know Buck, who has been here before, so I'm not sure if maybe there was a suggestion there, but I do appreciate it. Welcome on in. What were you all up to today? Ooh, how was your stream? Makers and crafters. Ooh. What were we up to today? I love the Makers and Crafters community. I started off on there when I was doing all my crochet streams. So fun over there. There's already so many interesting crafty bits going on, and it's like, how do you do that magic? And I do a little bit of like string magic, but there's legit magic over there. It's so good. But yes, welcome on in. We are working on this colouring page. So for those that haven't been here before, hi, I'm Amy. I am dealing with COVID right now. We're at the tail end of it, but we're doing okay. And I am a colorist. So I work in adult colouring books where we build up the colouring page and colour it in, and usually we just hang and vibe and chill, and I try to focus on creating like a positive, safe space on the internet, that sort of space that I needed when I was going through some difficult times. So we often talk about like mental wellness, because this is my mental wellness activity, and we just, you know, vibe and hang out together. So Che was listening to cozy Nintendo music and hot gluing some crochet crafts. More crochet, more crochet. Thanks for the shout out. Of course. Thank you so much for the raid. And yes, I was just about to say, Celie, if you need to take off and do post care from your stream, because I know when we do end, it's like we need to end. So yes, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to. I really appreciate you all raiding into here, and know that your community is safe and welcome here. But yeah, feel free to chat, lurk. We have quite a few people who just lurk and do their own crafty things while we craft or colour. And yeah, if you've got any questions, particularly about like pencils and stuff like that, I can answer a lot about, and lots of other stuff. We've been talking a little bit today about tabletop roleplay, in particular D&D. I am going to be a guest on a podcast on Wednesday. It's just a Halloween one-shot. But we've been talking about the character that I'm going to play and building up some more lore surrounding the character, and Chat's been helping me come up with some ideas for her. I picked up my old anatomy colouring book. Oh, so that's one that I haven't gotten, but has been on the wish list for a really long time. I really wanted to get one of the anatomy colouring books when I was studying psychology to help me with like learning the actual, like looking at a picture and then being able to identify muscle structures and, you know, like the peripheral nervous system and the central nervous system, being able to identify where all those different bits are. It was something that a lot of people in my class actually struggled with. I was quite lucky because of having worked in the lab. I did understand like the hormones that were being produced by the peripheral nervous and the central nervous system, like understanding growth hormone and homocysteine and testosterone and all these different things, you know, that were being produced, and being like, yep, I know where that comes from because we test this, we use this. And like there were certain things that made it a lot easier that I've worked in a lab for a long time. Yeah. Might buy some pencils and finish it while watching art streams. Hell yes, Butch. Buck. I can word. I don't normally struggle so much. I'm sorry. Colouring art streams that they recommend. Oh my goodness. So here on Twitch, there are a couple of people who are dedicated colorists. So the first one that I will shout out, in fact, you can see their name. Oh, it helps if it types. Shout out. There we go. We'll just do this shout out one. Right. Let me make sure I spell their name correctly. It is up there, but I'm still not certain. So TK Dodo _colors, who may still be live right now. But this is someone that I have recently discovered and have been hanging out. They've been actually streaming every day at the moment. So they're working on some Teresa Goodrich. And that's who I've been talking to about the Pablos. Now, it's a different vibe to here. Everyone's got different vibes. But they're quite, it's still I quite enjoy it over there. It's quite good to talk about different techniques, and they are an excellent colorist. And now we're going to have to wait 2 minutes before I can shout out the next person. But that is a new person that I have discovered that, if you would like to follow a new colorist, highly recommend. Actually bumped into Nico, who actually comes into the channel every once in a while in there too, which is hilarious, to bump into Nico at another stream. And then there's another colorist that has been in here a couple of times, that I will shout out when I get the opportunity, or one of my mods might be able to. And that is Yellow Beans. And Yellow Beans is, again, does really beautiful coloring. Primarily colors in the Beauty of Horror coloring books, so it's a little bit more gore focused. So not exactly, if you don't like gore, it's not the place for you. Yellow _beans, and I believe it's with a Z. Let's find out. Oh, I have to wait 15 seconds. Of course I do. 1 second. 1 second too early. Third time's the charm. The good thing about this is if a heart appears in chat. Alright, let me just double check I'm not following it. This is not the right person. Ignore that. Please ignore that. Oh goodness, I should have checked. I'm sorry. Oh goodness, this random person's going to be like, you've had a shout out for Baby Water. Could have sworn that's how Yellow Bean spells their name, but maybe there's no... It's 2 Z's. It's 2 Z's. There's the problem. Alright, let's just do this shout out version and I'll do a proper one in a minute. Yellow _beans. That's Yellow Beans. I was close. I was very close. Yeah, so they was live recently and they were doing makers and crafters yesterday, but they're generally in the colouring channel. And then it's specifically colouring that you're after, or art streams as well? Okay, art streams I can also recommend quite a few more. So if you're in the Discord, there's a number of the G Squad who stream, and a couple of them do art streams as well, or variety streamers. So like Pingy, who has one of my one of the little featured arts in my slideshow. In fact, let's just go to the break screen. We're not in a break screen. We're not in a break, but if we just flick through this, there's a couple of people that will come up, and I can pull up their commands on here because that's real easy. I forgot I slowed this video right down too. So the first one that appears is Pencil Butter. So Pencil Butter is currently taking a break from streaming while getting internet sorted, but this should be fixed by the end of the year, hopefully. So Pencil Butter's Twitch is in the middle of that command. Really recommend them in terms of learning Copics. Learned a lot from them. And then Pingy does a lot of digital art. Very, very cute art style. And is also here on Twitch. And then, of course, the third one is Stardust Cindy, who's also really, really lovely and a great safe community as well. We often raid into Cindy because it's a good place to raid into, and another Twitchy artist on here as well. So there's a couple for you in terms of that. Yeah, this is why it's quite good to have other ways to shout them out, because this is going to take forever if we don't shout out if we have to. Yeah. You remember when Cindy started streaming? Yeah, back in the day. It was real funny because I started following Cindy ages ago, but I didn't know anyone in the community and I didn't feel safe enough to like talk at the time because I just didn't know anyone, which is silly. Just talk. Just put yourself out there. Like, you'll find your way into the community no matter what, because it's so lovely. But yeah, I've been following Cindy for ages, and then from Vi, who is somebody that we often hang out at, we got rated into Lawful. And then Lawful was just talking so much about the wonderful Cindy. I was like, I feel like I know this name, and then I realized it was Cindy who I'd followed for years. So through that connection, then it was like, hang on, I actually do know a bunch of people over here. So then I started saying hi more and more. And I need to actually message Cindy now because we're talking about doing a collab together, which is really cool, where I colour one of her artworks. So yeah, it's a really lovely community over there. I really enjoy Cindy's space, so that's a really good one. Honestly, there's so many more people that I could shout out as well. Doom Through Art, another one that's currently live, does more gothic-y type art, like a lot of skulls and stuff like that, but again, amazing community. And it's all line work and ink wash. Hang out there a lot. I'm saying these names and I should actually give like the actual shout outs. I should make sure I'm actually spelling names right as well. Like, this is a bunch of the places where you'll usually find me around. Oh my god, I haven't even spelled the name right. Doom Through Art. So they're currently live right now. And I think he's got a couple of colouring pages on his Patreon. It's not quite my style. And like, what you go over there, it's rock music. It's so many sounds. It's a lot, and the art style is like very gothic and line heavy, but the line work is gorgeous, the talent is amazing, but the community is where it's at. And Doomfruit actually does a art share Fridays, and I have found so many amazing people through that Art Share Friday, and we've had a bunch of people come in from those Art Share Fridays as well. So it's a really wonderful space to connect with other people and find new people on Twitch. So like Verunda is one that I've been in a few times. And there's, oh gosh, I think Verunda's the only one I've actually managed to go over and spend a bit of time in because of the COVID and then getting knocked out. Because I haven't been there the last 2 weeks as well, because I was traveling one and then I had COVID. So I've missed quite a few of the streams as well. But yeah, yellow beans took me in there as well. And so that's a big part of it too, is like just hang out in streams that you enjoy. Because a lot of the time when they're finishing, they're raiding out, you'll find a whole new community because they'll raid into somebody and it's like, I actually really like your vibes, let's hang around here. And then you discover new people that way too. So that's that's a really big way to find people. Most of my new people I follow come from me being in a raid and then finding someone new from the raid. Second space is when people shout out within their own streams, which is kind of like the raids as well. So it's basically recommendations from other streamers. Or I will actually, like, you can use the search bar to search for actual people, but you can use the search bar to just search for tags. So I'm always searching the coloring tag. It's one of the first things I do when I get onto Twitch, even if these people on Twitch, I will like still go onto that check. I will still do that search to check for example, coloring in both UK and American spelling, because when you do the searches, sometimes you just discover people who are live doing exactly what you want, like in my case, coloring, which is exactly how I came across TK Dodo, because they happened to use the coloring tag and I was like, oh, someone actually coloring. So yeah, if you stream, use appropriate tags. Like, have your fun tags, it's fine, but please put a coloring tag if you are coloring in a coloring book, because that is how I will find you, because I will find you. I am determined to find every single colorist on Twitch and pull us all together and make a little coloring community. And then when people are like, I want to follow more colorists on Twitch, I could be like, because it's like, there's not a lot of us on Twitch, right? Like, I get it. Twitch is already a very oversaturated platform. The art channel is so oversaturated, and there's a reason why we've been begging for years for a digital and traditional art channel to be split up, so we can at least split it and make it more appropriate. Because the art channel is huge, but you know, the least, and then you're trying to put coloring books and try to explain to people. Yeah, it's very, there's a lot of people who use inappropriate tags to come up in certain searches, or they just forget to change their tags. There's certain tags I pretty much always have up, and then I'll change out certain ones. And if you look at analytics, the tags are actually useful. I get a number of people coming in from having Aotearoa and New Zealand. So if you are a Kiwi streamer, word of advice, have both New Zealand and Aotearoa. I haven't tried Kiwi yet. I haven't tried Kiwi as a tag. I feel like New Zealand and Aotearoa cover it. But yeah, I get a surprising amount of traction from Aotearoa, which surprised me. That's all good. Enjoy your lurk, Chai. You're always welcome to lurk here. But yeah, I did think about, like, you can have teams and stuff like that on Twitch. So I think one person might have to be a partner. I don't know. I have to look into it more. But I thought it would be really cool to have, like, a Pencils United team where it's, like, just a list of, like, everyone who's colouring. You can find it under, it's actually in your creator dashboard under the analytics tag. And I think if you go under engagement, yeah, one person has to be partner. Okay, there we go. Let me bring out my emoji in there right now, so it might be a little laggy. Engagement, discovery. I think it's discovery, sorry. Yeah, discovery. So if you go to your creator dashboard, analytics, viewers, discovery, and then you can actually look at your discovery you can look at your tags and you can see both the views and the impressions. So New Zealand's always a big one, and then I actually get a little bit from Aotearoa, more than I suspected. Having your language in is also good. And then colouring's always a big one. Although I just realised I don't have UK spelling of colouring in my tags, which is actually a bit of a beep on my end. Let's go back to the stream manager. I think I'm at my cap with tags though. We might have to put it in there. We might just remove captions. You see it now? Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, no, we're at. Yeah, New Zealand in full, but not NZ. NZ never worked for me, so. But also what works for me may not work for you as well, Hud. Alright. I just looked at the analytics and I can't even remember which one I was getting rid of. Yeah, so the impressions and the number of people who have seen it, the views is who's actually clicked from it. So colouring, New Zealand and Aotearoa are my top 3. Captions has only had 1. Alright, we're going captions. I like having captions in there so people know we have captions, but obviously people don't search for caption streams apparently, so. And I want to get colouring with a U in there because that's also something I do all the time. I need more tags. I need more tags. I could do so many more tags of what we're doing. Maybe we'll remove Kanoko Egusa as well. Because that's actually not getting any traction, and you can pull up the artist with who I'm working on. And let's just see if we can pull up. Do we do adult colouring? Nah, because we've got colouring in there, so. Oh, there is a colouring book one. Maybe people do search colouring book. Let's do that. We'll just put those 2 in there for now. I don't know with that one because I've only ever used the LGBTQIA+. Because and plus is a word. I genuinely don't know. There's so many variations out there of it. The only way to tell would be to put all of them in one stream and then see which one has the most views over, like you probably have to do it over a full week to see what is actually used the most. I would be curious. There may be a way to actually break it down. Like there may be somewhere where you can see like Twitch global uses for certain streams. Tags and stuff like that. It may be worth looking into. I don't know. I just make sure there's at least 1 on the stream because, you know, rainbows. We are a rainbow space. We are a safe space and a chill space. Like technically safe space and chill space don't really get a lot of impressions. And if I was doing it for the most analytical correctness or, you know, the most promotiness or something, I wouldn't have those on there. But I want it really clear when somebody's looking at my stream and sees that I am a New Zealand stream, sees that I am a colouring stream, sees that I am, you know, a rainbow stream, that they come in and are aware that this is also a safe space and a chill space. I could technically have disability on there, which I know a bunch of people do. I choose not to be defined by my disability, but that is my personal choice. If you wish to advertise that and put that on your stream, by all means, please do. It's the same thing with I don't talk about where I fall in the rainbow spectrum because I choose not to label myself. But that is my own personal decision from years of being labelled from a mental health system that's trying to put you into a certain box and diagnoses don't fit you. Again, though, that is my personal decision, and I like to live without a label because I don't want to fit into a box. I just want to be me. But I also understand the power in embracing those labels and finding and being able to say, I am this, for somebody who's never known who they are, being able to say, I am this is me. I understand that power. So if you get power from it, by all means, wave that flag, embrace it, you know? There's no right or wrong way here. But yeah, that's why, and again, this has come up on stream before where it has been asked about certain things about relationships and where I stand. I will say that I am rainbow affiliated. I don't go further than that. I want to keep that out of stream. That's just my decision. Also, rainbows are gorgeous. Can we just all say that? Rainbows are gorgeous. Like, I'm literally wearing rainbows. Everything's better with rainbows. Sorry, I just got a message from Fud. I found something this morning and I had to send it immediately to Fud. I also sent it to another person as well because, like, you tell me that you like something, and every time I find a meme along those lines that makes me laugh, I'm going to send it to you. Now, I don't get many rock memes, but the occasional times they come up, I will send them to Chai because Chai gets everything rock related. Certain people get everything cat related. One person gets everything cheese related. Fud gets everything dinosaur related. And then these tents came up this morning in my feed. And I was like, oh my god, freaking cool. Could you imagine going camping in that tent? But then also had to be sent to Fud. So they just sent me a message back about it. Yeah. Just, yeah. But most of my feed is funny cat animal videos or underwater animal videos. So, yeah, you kind of, those are the two that I primarily send because that's primarily what I get. It's just fun though. It's fun. But yeah, the response just cracked me up. Alright. Last little section of floor. No, we've still got back here too. Whoops. Alright, let's also just block this out because then we can get all this done. And then our floor's all done. Alright, I can't tell what's actually edge of the page. Yeah, that kind of lines up with that. these are odd lines, but also it's going to be so in shadow back there that you probably won't even be able to tell the difference between the dark and the light ones. Ugh, itchy nose. So yeah, what are the other things? Oh no, we did. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I can do human stuff. I can word. I can function. I was going to say one of the things I need to come up with for this character is a name. No, we figured out the name for the Fairy Artificer. Wow, I've got so much highlighter on my cheeks today. It's like, boom. I just realised, like, it's massive. I think my blush also has highlighter in it, so it's like extra shiny. Oh well. So on Wednesday night on Fate of Iced, I am playing a Fairy Artificer in a D&D one-shot for Halloween. Looking forward to it. Gonna be fun. We've decided the character's name is Jam. And I'm still very tempted to say the last name is Cogsberry, which just cracks me up because jam like the fruit, but jam like the cogs, as Sandwich came up with. Excellent, excellent name. And they are a fairy artificer whose wings are broken. And so they use a wheelchair to bring the combat wheelchair back in again because apparently this is... I have a certain type of character that I tend to play, and it's either must burn everything, angry at the world, underwater creature that's just awesome and hot but fish out of water, or wheelchair user. Yeah, and there seems to be some tropes that I play a lot, but that's okay. Again, it's a one shot, so it's fine. So I'm very much looking forward to bringing Jam to life. We've decided that during their time, part of the reason the Artificer adventures are literally her just sticking the wand of pyrotechnics into stuff and calling it a new invention. And Jam isn't technically her real name, but it's just kind of come around as a permanent nickname because she stuck the wand of pyrotechnics into the alchemy jug full of jam one time. One time. Or it might just be that she was already called Jam, and that's just a fun anecdote. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking Willy Wonka, but without the talent. Speaking of, has anyone seen the trailer for the new Willy Wonka movie? When I was in Auckland, I went to the Taylor Swift concert movie because my cousin asked me to go with her, which I like Taylor Swift. So I was like, yeah, cool, I'll go see it. I wasn't dying to go see it, but I aren't paid for it. And I was like, yeah, I'll go see it. I hadn't been to the movies in ages, so it was really quite nice. It was hilarious. There's probably about 18 of us in a theatre that sits 300, right? So the theatre's mostly empty, and of the 18 of us, like 4 of us are over the age of 16. The rest of them are all teens, tweens, and kiddos. And so the theatre's empty, so they all get up, they're all dancing in the aisles, they're having a blast. They're taking like, they're holding their phone up and filming themselves with the screen like they're at the concert. Nothing funnier than watching a 7-year-old screaming along to the I Feel Like I'm 22, the 22 song, and be like, oh kid, no. I felt so simultaneously old and so entertained in one sitting. It was just... Sorry. But because of that, there was the trailers beforehand, and one of the trailers was the new Willy Wonka movie, and it actually looks kind of good. I'm kind of intrigued by it. I like the style of it. I think the style of it looks pretty cool. So... Hell yeah. I mean, I can make it to Taupo. Taupo's not too far away from Gisborne. I think a few of the G Squad are actually based in Wellington, so you'd technically be better to do Wellington, but depends who you're wanting to meet up. Wellington's easier for a lot of people as well, but yeah, there's a lot of us scattered around. Of the Kiwi G Squad, anyway. Oh, I might need to blow my nose again. Oh, I guess we're pulling out 4 tissues, that's fine. We'll use them. Ugh. I've got that horrible taste in my mouth again. Has anyone had to take I've just double checking my addresses are not here, it's not. Paxlovid. I don't know. It's the antivirals that I was prescribed anyway. They give the weirdest, oh my god. The weirdest aftertaste. It's like metallic bile. That's the only way I could describe it. It's so weird. But last dose. Not that it's the last of the symptoms, but hey. Oh. So I mentioned before how I did some fever ordering while I was like not well, and ordered ridiculous piles of candy, which is sitting behind me. I also apparently placed an order for a bunch of like stuff. Oh, go away. Go away. I don't want any of that. So there's 17 items coming. Like, first off, oh my god, what was I on?
Hello, Amy and Chad. I hope you are taking good care of yourselves. The page looks amazing, Carrot.
Hey.
Tilda.
Carrot Tilda. Carrot Tilda is a good name as well. Morning, Fud. How are you going? I'm doing okay. I'm still a little under the weather, as you can hear. But we're doing okay. But yeah, so in my COVID fever pitch, I ordered a ton of candy, which I can go back for in a minute because I think I need a piece of candy. But I also placed an order for a bunch of like stuff that's coming to play with. So there is 8 pencil extenders. There's 10 pencil extenders coming, which thank fuck, finally. And then there is a bunch of stencils and the brushes that I use are my distress inks, which is quite cool. So I'll be able to do some cool stencil backgrounds with some of them. Looks like there's some sort of funky washi tape or some sort of tape coming. There is some iridescent mica powder. I think it's actually maybe fun, similar to what you've used before, to like chromal shift stuff or something. I don't know what I was ordering it for. I don't even know what I'm doing with it, but it looks pretty, so I'll figure something out. Oh god, what else was there? I think there's some glitters or something. I don't know. I was obviously in a state, but I just woke up to, your order has been delivered. Hey, your order's in the country. And I'm like, what? What are these orders? What are these orders? Yeah. Well, obviously sick Amy knew future Amy would need some looking after. And so she ordered a bunch of stuff. So, for example, we have this monstrosity. Which, you know, just a few bits if I can even get the lid off. Just a few bits. So this is technically actually 2 of these that I've just merged into the one container because, like, I didn't see the point. So I've also got a container, which these are useful, so I don't mind. I'll find a use for it. I'm always needing containers to store shit in. But yeah, these like a ton of candies in here, and then I also shoved the leftover Armageddon lollipops in here. So this thing is like full to the brim of candies. I shouldn't really do that on the actual artwork. I can tell you right now, the Parma Violets, they're so nasty. They have such a weird floral taste. I don't like those. I have had these drumsticks before. Drumsticks are good. And the refreshers, I had the lemon one, but it's got that, you know, you can get fake artificial flavored lemon, but then you can also get a fake artificial flavored lemon that tastes like dish soap. It's that dish soap. Yeah. You like the hearts? The love hearts? Okay, that's good to know. The fizzes look good and the fruity pops look good, and I do like drumsticks. Again, the drumsticks I can get in the shop under me. That does imported English candies, so, you know, I've had some of these before. And then the good old classic Griffin's biscuit tin. Again, this is technically 2 of them put into one because we also ordered a box of the chocolate biscuits, so I just moved all of them into one tin. So, no, it's not a sewing kit. I know you're so disappointed. And then I already had these ones. These are the sour gummies that I got on clearance when I got 3 of these 1 kg bags full. But then to add to the 1 kg bags, we also got a bag of TNT Super Sours. Yeah. And then, yep, we're still going. And then I also apparently grabbed this as well, which is that's so disappointing with the quantity that they put in them. And I know, but delicious. The sherbet fizz, yes. Hey Sammy, welcome back. It's all good. I know you're doing the work, so you're all good, hun. Oh my god. Oh, that blue tin is so heavy. But yes, we are about to head into an ad break apparently. So that was a good timing to take a little candy break and get some sugar for the ads. So again, we do run these ads every hour to remind us to stretch, which is very important for me and exactly what I'm going to be doing. Make sure you do your own self-care. It is true tradition. Fun has arrived on the channel and we're going to an ad break. You just sneeze farted? That is weird. But, you know, as long as you're okay. You're taking meds? Good to hear it. Make sure you hydrate and stretch. And I'll see you all in 3 minutes. It's tradition at this point. You gotta. Someone arrives in and then we have an ad break. Most of you are subs anyway, so most of you don't even get ads, but I don't mean to. Again, it would be nice to not have the ads at all, but I do like the hourly reminder to stretch because it definitely helps me. Especially today, the hips are not great. But since we're here, let's pull out the green apple sherbet fizz. But now I get secret Amy stretch and coffee stack time. Yeah. The secret behind the scenes where Amy does nothing for 3 minutes. Oh. And stretch, hydrate, eat candy, and I do all of that when I'm live as well. It's definitely better for me. Oh, apparently my order's already in the country and on its way to Bub. Oh, cool. Cool. I should probably warn you that there's a package coming for me. A package arriving to you. I ordered while in COVID fever. Ooh, more good vibes. Hey, Witchy. We love the good vibes. Candy, candy, candy. I should probably move like the open bag of sour gummies into here or something. I do love candy. He's the reason it's a redeem that you can feed me candy. In fact, I should save that blue tin with all the funny ones in it. So when people choose it, you can choose which one to feed me. Sorry, I forgot Messenger's still open on the PC. But apparently, a package that I just warned Mum about, Mum literally just pulled out of the a letterbox. Yeah, I only ordered it a couple of days ago. I think. I don't know. I'll have to look at when I actually ordered it. Last week's a blur. Anyway, welcome back. Thank you everyone who went to Adland. We do so appreciate it. My hips are feeling way better now with stretch, so is my hands. I have to contact Mum as well because I have in my phone something about a market on Saturday. So I don't know if there's meant to be a big market or something that I'm meant to be helping her out with. I have question mark market, question mark Aya, which makes me think it's also Aya. It's also my niece's birthday this week. So which, well, I can give her a pile of candy. I do actually have like a little puzzle thing for her, and I'm pretty sure I have a colouring book for her. Honestly, I could just get her a chocolate bar and she'd be the happiest kid. She loves chocolate. I feel like it's on Wednesday as well. No, wait. God, I should know my niece's birthday. I think it's actually next Monday, and I think they were talking about doing it on Saturday. I know, I have to check in with them and see if they're actually doing anything. I know I got like a really cute little mermaid puzzle a while ago, and like it's like brand new, but it was on clearance for $1 down from 20 or something, and so I just grabbed it because I was like, well, if anything, you're gonna be a great little stocking stuffer / birthday / Christmas thing for her, and if anything, then I'll just chuck it in the toy box here if I don't end up giving it to her. So I know I have that around. So I can just put that and then like add in a book or something and just a little chocolate thing, and happy as. Kids are pretty easy. Young kids are easy to do presents for. It's when they get older that they get much harder. Keep wanting to sneeze or something. It's quite annoying down here because we're also dealing with a little bit of damage to the page where it's been creased. So oh, no, you're almost nub territory too. We're really going to have to hold a retirement ceremony soon and send a bunch of these pencils to the nub container. But if I can sharpen them. Oh. So yeah, with the wonderful restock that was funded through all of your wonderful subs, gift subs, and watching of ads here on Twitch, which highly am grateful to you all for that, because you did help fund. Plus, I had a couple of direct donations to Pencil Fund, which is so amazing. Thank you. We got all the restocks that I needed to tide me over till probably February will be the next big restock, but that's because one of the art stores always does 20% off in February. So I try to do a yearly stock up then, because this is the only time the pencils go on special. So it is sort of like I will do a big stock in February. And so with all that, not only did I get all my polys restocked that I needed, so we've got quite a few stock ups here, but I managed to also get some of the Inktense pencils, and I'm now 4 pencils away from having the original 72 that I can source here, which is amazing. And I did actually find a place online where I can buy the additional 28 that Derwent released, because they're only available in England at the moment. But I found a place in England that will ship them to New Zealand, and it is going to cost me $40 shipping and $120 for the pencils. So it's $160 for 28 pencils, which is ridiculous. But also, I'm like, I could. But then you also keep in mind that here in New Zealand, the pencils are $5 a piece, and at 28 pencils, I'm paying $140 anyway. So $160 to get them in from England isn't actually like that much of a difference compared to the regular price from the shelf if I'm buying them open stock. Now what I'm hoping is when they do finally get released in other places other than just England, Derwent continues that additional 28 kit, which is cheaper than buying them individually off the shelf because it's a kit. Which means it could be cheaper to buy it here, but it's not much difference for that. However, on that note, it's like, well, because I love the Inktense, I use Inktense a lot, so it would be a worthwhile investment. But then the other thing that keeps on coming up that we've been talking about is how lacking some, as much as I love my polys, there are certain colors that I am desperately lacking in the range that I need to expand. And so BD, for example, has been wonderful, talking a lot about some different pencil types. And then I've been talking to different channels as I go around about pencils and what they use. And one that keeps on coming up is Pablo's, which I have actually managed to find is available in open source stock here in New Zealand. I have to go to Hobbyland for it, but we all know I prefer Hobbyland for their pencils because they actually package their pencils correctly when they ship them out. Now, it's not worthwhile me buying sets of them here, even from Gordon Harris, our main art store, or Hobbyland, or Ribbon Rose. I don't think Ribbon Rose stock Caran d'Ache. But yeah, the sets here are like $800 if I'm to get the full 120, which I want to get the full set. But if I go on Amazon Australia, I can get a set sent over to me for just over $300 from Amazon Australia, and that includes shipping. So that's pretty awesome as well. So that's something I'm also contemplating. Now I did debate, because I was looking at the color range, and there are certain colors that I don't need to double up on. So I don't technically need the full set of the 120s of the Caran d'Ache Pablo's. However, when I was trying to work out what colors looked different, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly, but I estimate about half the kit has at least slightly different pencils to Faber-Castell polys. So I'd probably want at least half the set anyway, which at that point, well, okay, it's half the set. You think about half the price, but it's not, because they're not available. It's not like I could buy a 32 set and a couple more. No set has the colors that I would need in enough of variety to just get one of those sets and tack on some more. I would be buying all open stock. And by the time I added this up, it was actually cheaper for me to get the full 120 set than 60 open stock here in New Zealand. Because that's another way I often buy pencils, is buying the open stock versions of them, which is more expensive, but it is a much easier way to actually collect a whole set, especially if you can't afford to drop a lot at once. And that's how I've been doing the ink tints. I started off with a set of 24 that I found on clearance from somewhere, and then from there I've been building up maybe 2 or 3 pencils at a time. And now I'm at the point where, again, 4 more pencils and I have that original 72. And then, of course, Inktense went and released 28 more. But it's a start, you know? So there is that option as well, as I just do it that way and build it up bit by bit. The next set I was going to complete is actually my Albert Drawers, but I don't use them. I use Inktense, so I don't know if I should. Like, I have a couple of watercolor pencil sets and I just don't use them. If I'm pulling out water soluble pencils, it's Inktense. But there are occasionally times I use the Albert Drawers to get a more pastel color because the Inktense are so intense. So maybe there is a reason to get the Albert Drawers, but maybe I only need to get them in the lighter shades, which I can source because Polly's and Albert Drawers are both Faber-Castell and they actually match color for color. It's just one is water soluble and one is not. Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like, if you know the colors that you're going to be using, it's way easier to also build your own set. Like, I've talked about this story before with my polys, my Polychromos. I started off with actually Faber-Castell Classic Color, which is given to school kids, school set. They're student grade. They're not artist grade anyway. And then I did a portrait of my aunt and niece for Christmas one year using these pencils and gifted that to her. And then my birthday is 2 weeks after Christmas, right? So January 8th is my birthday. And for my birthday that year, because this is back when we actually did birthday presents, my aunt actually surprised me with a bunch of artist quality pencils. She's like, this is fantastic. You just need better quality supplies because you've got the talent. And so she went to the art store and she was looking at the sets and she was going to buy me a set, but she realized that same thing. The sets didn't work for what I was doing, which was portraiture, because there weren't portraiture sets there. There was just the 24 sets and stuff like that. All good, Chai. Go and get what you need. And so she actually went to them and said, can you help me build a skin tone set, because she does portraiture. That's what she's doing. So I want to give her sets, colors that work around skin tone. So she ended up getting me like a bunch of peaches to browns, a couple of grays, cream white, like a couple of lighter tans that could kind of work for blonde hair, one blue for like blue eyes, but also could be used for shading on skin tones. And like, it wasn't the perfect starter skin set, but it was a really good starting set. And yeah, I got it and I was like blown away. I think it was about 30 pencils, which was quite a bit back then. I think they were like $2.50 a pencil back then. So yeah, like, it was quite a big present as well, like a lot more than normally would be spent on me, but it was such a wonderful birthday present. And then from there I tried them and I realized how vibrant they were and how like pigmented they were, and I was like, damn, I need more of these pencils. And so that's when I looked into it and was like, I can't afford to buy the full 120 set outright, but I already had 30 of them, so let's just keep adding to the set. And I would literally go down to the art store with my, because at that time we had an art store in New Plymouth and they stocked the follies. And so I would pop into the art store and I would have my color chart and I colored in all the ones I'd have, and I'd pull out the chart. They'd be like, oh, how many are you getting this week, Amy? And I'd be like, 2. And it would be like I had exactly enough to get 2 pencils and that was it. Or some weeks I had enough to get 10 if it was an amazing week. And then, yeah, some weeks I just couldn't get any at all. Just kept building up the set. and then eventually we got there. I think the last 10 I had to order from Gordon Harris because our art store didn't stock them, which is the bronze, silver and gold pencils, which nobody needs. I just got to complete the set. But like some really odd one-off colours, our store didn't stock them. So that was my first time ordering from Gordon Harris. And yeah, since then, most of my sets have been built up that way. The exception is my Prismas, because that I brought with the YouTube minis when I got my first YouTube payout. That was amazing when I got that. And yeah, I chose to invest in a set of pencils, and I invested in a set of Prismacolors. Which is another way I could do it. I could wait till I get a YouTube payout. I'm quite a far away from getting a YouTube payout, but you get a lot more in a YouTube payout because the cap for a payout is a lot higher on YouTube. So every $50 that you earn on Twitch, you can get a payout, whereas on YouTube you have to earn $130 before you can qualify for a payout. So YouTube take a lot longer to get a payout. So yeah, that's when I do get that YouTube money. We will be dropping it on something big that I can purchase, like a set of pencils or something. I don't know. If I made more content for the YouTubes, it would actually earn more revenue quicker than just uploading my VODs, but that's all I've really had the spoons to do at the moment, is just upload the VODs. I do want to though. I have got a light tutorial planned. I just need to get into it, because that's something that keeps on coming up from people about watching all of this, is just how much work I put into lighting. And a lot of people don't consider it. So, and I was talking with my colouring group the other day, and they were discussing not directional light. One of the colouring group, because they have a little messenger group, and we chat colouring stuff. One of them put up a picture of what they were working on. They're like, I'm really stuck on what to do here. Like, what colour should I do? It was colouring in some darks, and they were like, I could colour in this type of dark, which is green and blue, or I can colour in this type of dark, which is brown. And it's like, well, all colouring's valid, so you can't do it wrong. But if you want it from a technical standpoint, the green and blue of the first duck you suggested, while it would tone the blue of the flowers, is also going to get lost because of the placement of the blue flowers that you've done. Whereas if you do the brown, you're going to have more contrast because that duck is in the middle of the blue, which is, not going to be surrounded by anything, and you'll still have those colours between the blue flowers and the green of the grass. And it was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. Yep, no, we'll go with brown, which is what everyone else was saying. Anyway, they were like, the brown ducks are cool. And I was like, well, here's a technical reason. But that started like a little trend of some people putting up images. Someone else putting up an image and going, okay, what do I do in this situation? So then we ended up having a really good discussion about colour theory, and like, the page that they were working on, they were debating between purple hair or blonde hair, and they had green skin and some orange details on it. And I was like, well, if you go blonde, you're actually sticking into a harmonious palette, because you've got yellow, which is the middle of the two colours you've currently used, the green and the orange, because of course orange is red and yellow and green is yellow and blue. So it's like, it does still work and it will be a very harmonious palette. However, if you want more contrast, if you bring in the purple, it is the complete opposite, but it still ties in, because it takes the red and the blue of the orange and the green that you've just used and merges it into the purple. And you'll get more of a contrast there. And you can still use the yellow for the little details around, talking about like how our eye reads certain things and how you can use colours to help things read. So sometimes it's really good to have a harmonious colour palette, because it makes our eye just read the page really evenly and clearly. and that really helps bring it all together. However, sometimes it can also be really boring to our eyes, and you want those pops of contrast to help your eye kind of move around the page. So yeah, it's really, I find a lot of that stuff really interesting, and I kind of nerd out about it. I know a lot of people don't always consider that sort of stuff when it comes to coloring, but yeah, I mean, there's no wrong coloring though. That's the thing. Like, let me make that clear. There is no wrong coloring. You want to just take this page and scribble over it with one pencil entirely, that's fine. That's coloring. That's your coloring, and that's valid. There is no wrong coloring. I cannot say that loud enough. So like here, I know when we were trying to figure out placement on some of these colors around here, which we still haven't finished, but it kept on coming up, oh, why don't you add green? Why don't you add green? And the reason is because I haven't added green anywhere else, and I really don't want to add green. And now we're at this point. I'm hoping you can all see what I was envisioning in my head by keeping it in this brown family, but then with little pops of purple and blue, which ties in still, like the purple ties the red and the blue together, so it still ties in together. But if we brought in green, it's just another vibrant color, which it doesn't need. We have essentially browns with blue. That is the color palette. Like, these are all variations of brown that have gone through different variations of shading, but they can all be tied to the brown family, and brown is a very predominant color. It's also been used a lot in the shading. So there's a lot of brown in here, and even in the blue, there's brown in the shading. Even in the purple, there's brown in the shading. So brown is kind of our overall color, and we have focal points. Because yellow can even relate to the brown family, because, you know, yellow is just light brown. It's not, but, you know, there's a lot of things that tie into the browns. So this is why I didn't want to bring in green, because I didn't want to add in that additional vibrant color. And it's hard to explain it when you can see it in your head and you know how these colors are going to balance, but yeah, like it's lovely suggestions, but no. Trust me on this, no. The colorway's good. We got the right colors. We just need to know where to place them. So yeah, we've still got to color like the candles, the plate, the bottom of the table here, which I might end up just doing brown, to be perfectly honest, or we may do it red. I'm not sure yet. Right, so we need some shadow from Houston. Gosh, I can't even remember my characters. Ooh. So we still do have to come in here with Houston and actually darken the side here a lot more, because Houston was one of the first ones we coloured. So his contrast compared to everyone else is not actually that deep. So we do need to go back in Houston. He's one of our fix-ups. It's like we've still got a few details obviously to colour in, but Houston needs some work to finish him off, because as he was one of the first ones, when we coloured him when all of this was white, his shading looked really contrasty, but now we've started colouring more and more of this. He just looks very flat compared to everything else, because everything else has such a level of shading now. It's like, actually, hang on, you need to be pushed a bit more. Like, even sections of this tablecloth could be pushed more. These little bits where we can go back in. But a lot of this, we kind of need to get these bigger areas coloured in, as we're doing right now. And then when that bigger areas are sort of coloured in, that's when we can go, okay, hang on, you need a bit more darkness, you need a bit more darkness. And that's why there's no way I will finish this today. Even if I finish all the base colours of everything today by some miracle, keeping in mind we were going to also do marbling pattern on here. Just to fix ups alone is probably a few hours. So we're at 70 hours, and I can very easily see this going to 100 hours if I'm that fussy with it, which, like, part of me is tempted to rush it. Part of me is tempted just to go, nah, we won't do. We'll just do tan here, and we'll just do gold, and it'll be fine. Part of me is very tempted to do that just to get this done, because, like, this is meant to be a Halloween page. This is meant to be done by now. Of course, we didn't expect to get COVID. I didn't expect to do so little while I was away, but also I was enjoying being away, so that was fine. But, like, I packed it for the bus ride home, which was at least 6 hours of colouring time. Didn't colour a single thing. Again, we know now, I had COVID. I was falling asleep. It's understandable. But, yeah, like, a week of colouring time got knocked out of this, so it's understandable that we're not going to finish it this month. But also, I really wanted to finish it this month. Alright, so the other thing I want to do is I want to bring some blue in here. Because again, we have got our outside windows. That would be infiltrating stuff. I just coloured into the gold, and that was not what I was meant to do. Because you don't get edge highlighting with that. Okay, that was an F-up. Thank God for electric erasers. Cool. So we just need to, I should not be using my spreadsheet for that. I have a brush for that. We need to come down here and darken the bottom of that, but I also want to extend this blue a bit out here, fade out the edges, because it's a soft light. Life happens, exactly. Like, there's no time restrictions on colouring, and I love this page, and that's also why I don't want to rush it, because I love the page. I love how it's turning out, especially now we've got that background done. It's just like, it's really starting to come together. So as much as I'm like, I don't really want to do all the marble pattern, it's going to take so long, I actually think it's going to be worth it. So it's mostly because I haven't figured out how I'm going to do it yet. I just need to sit down and do some tests. So yeah, for anyone curious, we're not getting to the marble patterning today. Alright, so I just took meh. It's fine, we'll just, no, it's not that one, it's that one. There we go. Oh, tiny nibs. Oh, thank you, Fud. It'll be good to finally finish up here, because as soon as this background banister thing, like as soon as I've figured out, I'll start the marbling on one of the poles, but once I've got that sorted and I can come in here and start doing in here, then we can actually finish the candles. Like, they're mostly done up here, but we've still got this one that I need to get the glow out, and then once we've got that yellow glow in and the candles are coloured, well, they don't even have to be coloured, but I need the glow done, and then we'll use white Posca and we'll actually remove the line altogether. So it will be like, we'll bring the yellow in slightly and then we'll outline it and it'll be good. I also have to colour in this candle. So it's this candle that needs to be coloured in this background so that this area is done. And then we can get that proper glow going, and the candles are really going to look like they're glowing. Should lurk and shower though before my friend comes. You should, you should. You know I'm all good with lurkers. This is a very lurk handy stream. Lurking in my stream's always good. I'm aware. I'm aware I'm a lurk stream. I just ramble. And then if people enjoy it, they chat. But if they're also busy, what's to understand? I lurk in so many streams, so I can't really like say too much. Oh, my inner ear is itchy on this side. But it's also dry, so I probably actually just need some moisturizer. It's probably why it's itchy. It's actually dry. Like a lot of my skin, I am dry for my type. I think the coolest thing about this page is how much Kanoko Egusa has been commenting on the actual page. Like, little fangirl, little fangirl. I can't wait to like finally be like, it's done. It's finally done. I can't wait to it finally being done. And by the time it's done, we'll be getting into Christmas, and I'll be able to finish off my work in progress Christmas Kanoko Egusa page. But I'll probably do that one off stream, and we'll try something new on stream. We've got plenty that we can colour on stream. I have a whole new book that I really want to colour in. I mean, I've got a ton of new books. It's me. But I have a new book I want to colour in, and I've never coloured in this artist before. And it's Teresa Goodridge. Who actually does quite a bit of amazing line work. But I got one, it's called It's a Cat's World. And I found out, talking to TK Dodo, there is a bunch of the colouring pages out for free. If you look at Dover Publications, I think it is. This is it here. It's a Creative Haven colouring book. It's my first Teresa Goodridge one. She's got a lot of them. But it's so cute. It's so cute. So kitty. So kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Yeah, Dover Publications. I know Dover have a bunch of their pages up that you can actually get from their website. So it's another one where you can actually get some yourself. I don't like that text one so much, but it's just so cute. So many kitties. So I thought that would be a really fun one to colour in. Something a bit different. Do some kitties. Whatever I colour in next on stream is going to be much simpler. Got pizza hardware. Oh, yum. Yeah. I mean, you know how I feel about spicy food. That will actually be my lunch later on, is I will make myself Korean spicy stew. I don't have any tofu or anything, but I do have some eggs. And I do have bok choy and lots of yummy herbs that I can throw in there. I think I have some carrot and onion too, so I might chuck those in there. And I could put some dumplings or something if I want something more carby in there, but mostly I just want like the spicy broth. that's what I'm really wanting, is the spicy broth, and I'm not surprised. I mean, we already know I love spicy broth, but then even more spicy broth. I just wish I had bean sprouts, because oh my god, I love bean sprouts. But I've got bok choy, so I can do plenty of bok choy in it. I should actually grab out my rice cooker and put on a big thing of rice. Get a bunch of rice cooked so I can restock my frozen rice as well. I didn't realise at Armageddon they were actually doing a pepper eating contest. It's like, I could have totally entered that. And I probably, like, I don't necessarily want to say that I would have won. Because I'm not sure exactly. And I don't eat many, like, straight peppers. Like, I eat a lot of spicy food, but I don't eat a lot of peppers. And different things hit in different ways. And I do eat very spicy food. I know I have a high tolerance to spice. Because it's me. I love spicy food. And I am the type of person that people will bring me something and be like, careful, it's spicy. And I'll be like, cool, where's the chili? And add more chili. But yeah, it's different spice levels, and different spices hit differently as well. But I could have entered that. Like, I wish I had actually looked. That's the one thing I regret about Armageddon, is I got so overwhelmed by all the stalls that I forgot to actually look at the program guide and see what was on. Because most of the times, like, I knew who the celebrities were. I wasn't interested in any of their panels, so I didn't even look at the thing, forgetting that they do other panels that aren't necessarily just celebrity panels. I left right as I was doing the cosplay parade, which was dumb. I should have been there for the cosplay parade, but I was tapped out at that point, so that was fine. But then, yeah, I didn't see that there was the chili peppers one, and then there was also a New Zealand authors panel, which could have been quite interesting to go and listen to, actually. Yeah, that's something I probably actually could have just gone and listened to. So yeah, I do regret that. So that's something that next time I go to Armageddon, I'm going to make a point of actually looking at the events and be like, what are you guys actually doing? But honestly, I was just having such a blast walking around, checking out stalls, chatting with people, bumping into so many people, you know, giving out lollipops and stuff. So yeah. But I am planning to go to Wellington Armageddon. In fact, what I should do is I actually should start booking things now, because you can book things where they don't even require your payment right now, and then you can pay it off later, and then I'll know it's coming up, and I could get in a lot cheaper then. I could possibly have somewhere to stay for that one, but also it'd be nice to have my own space as well. If I know it's coming up, I can start really saving towards it, even though it's not till like the end of March, April next year. But that one is Wellington, so I have a bunch more people down there I can meet up with, and I know, like, of course, well, Fud is Wellington based, so I can hang out with Fud a lot more. I got a bunch of people in Wellington I could hang out with, so. But yeah, I'm definitely going to go to the Wellington one, even just to meet up with people, I think. It's just, again, the biggest thing is always accommodation. It's not an issue to get there. It's like, even the cost of food I can manage with supermarkets. Like, I can manage everything. It's always just the cost of accommodation that's the struggle, because it's not like I can just jump into a backpackers, because keep in mind I am on a disability benefit, so money's not the biggest. Money's tight for all of us right now, but yes, I'm on a benefit, so like, there's not a lot to spare, which is why also, as much as current Amy is like very grateful to past Amy, thinking that future Amy would need this candy, current Amy is also where future Amy has to deal with the credit card. So future Amy's like, oh god. But there's ways around it. Like, if you get in early enough, you shop around and stuff like that. Accommodation, like, if I could just go to a backpackers, that would be so easy. And I've done that before, But the backpackers I stayed in, I still paid for my own room because I can't sleep with strangers in a room. I just feel so uncomfortable. So I can't stay at a backpackers with other people. And then also I am atrocious for sleeping, particularly if I'm anxious. And I don't want to disturb everyone else as well in a dormitory. So still has to be my own space. And I found a backpackers that has little rooms that were still dirt cheap last time I stayed at Wellington. It was pretty good. But now we have the added conundrum that it also has to be accessible for a walking frame. And a lot of places will claim that they're accessible, but then you look at the rooms and they're not accessible at all. So this is where it gets a little bit more difficult as well. But yeah, Wellington Armageddon was the first time that I ever did a trip by myself. I was very, very impressed with myself with that one. I took the bus down. That was like after I got in a lot of things sorted mentally, and I was doing pretty well at work and stuff like that. I was even living in this apartment. I worked full time then. And then I was like, you know what? I really want to go to Armageddon. I want to try this. And so I decided to take a 5-day, I think it was 5 nights. I ended up staying in Wellington. And yeah, it was such a blast spending those 5 days and doing all sorts of stuff, going to Te Papa. I went to Armageddon. I think I had tickets for the full 3 days. And I didn't end up going on the Friday. I decided I just did the Saturday, Sunday, or I know it might have been that they did 4 days then, because I'm pretty sure it was over Queen's birthday weekend. And I feel like back then they did the 4 days, and I chose not to go on the Monday. I didn't do one of the days I had a ticket for, because I was just like, I was done at that point. But I went to like the zoo, I went to the art store, did all sorts of stuff. Te Papa, and like that one I did on the cheap because I stayed in a backpackers, but it was still my own room. It was like in the middle of the backpackers, which was like this tower complex in the center of Wellington. So it had absolutely no windows, which for me was fantastic because it was dark as anything. So I went to sleep and it was just darkness. And it was surprisingly quiet, so it was quite a nice little space. I had my own bathroom. I had a mini fridge and a microwave in there. And then there was a shared kitchen that you could use as well. And then what I did, because I was there for 6 days or something, was I went to the supermarket and I brought groceries for breakfast and lunch. And I still brought nice groceries, but I brought groceries to last me for that time. So I had breakfast and I would pack a lunch with me to whatever event I was going to for the day, whether it be the zoo or Te Papa or walking around and stuff like that. But then I would do dinner out at a restaurant every night, and that helped a lot. And I made it a rule that every night I did dinner, I had to go somewhere that I couldn't get in New Plymouth, so I could try all sorts of different foods and all sorts of stuff. So that was the first time I ever had pho. Which, oh my god, so good. Yes, glad to hear that, Chai. Glad to hear that. Oh gosh, what else did I have when I was down there? I went to like dedicated ice cream stores. That was such a novelty to me. I remember that, like going to a place that had like big fancy ice creams and how big the queue was on the main street and be like, damn, this is good. And then I know the very first night after I did the groceries, I didn't end up going out for dinner. I did have dinner in the room because I brought a rotisserie chicken and then I shredded that up, and that was like what I added for salads and stuff throughout the week. Well, not the full week, because I think about 4 days was all I felt comfortable keeping it for. But I had that as part of my dinner the first night because I was so shattered by the time I'd travelled down there and then got into my room, then unpacked, and then did the groceries and got him back to my room again, and was like, I'm done for the day. So yeah, that one. Oh gosh, what else did I eat? I know I went to some Indian place and it had like a lentil curry, which was gorgeous. I feel like one place I went to was just like fish and chips, but it was gourmet fish and chips. I feel like another place was Mexican as well, because we didn't have Mexican in New Plymouth. It was basically just wherever I ended up around dinner time, I would Google where was a good restaurant and then look around there. No, it wasn't fish and chips, it was burgers, because one of the things I did at Armageddon was meet a bunch of Kiwi Twitch streamers. Because then I was actually quite active on Twitch, but I was doing, that was the older style where I wasn't creating a safe space that I felt comfortable in, and I ended up withdrawing away from everything, including these Kiwi streamers, because too much drama. Yeah, so we went to like a pub, so I ended up getting a burgers. That was one of the only times it's like, well, I could get this in New Plymouth, but also that was where they were all eating, so. But yeah, if I do Wellington, I'll probably want to go for a good amount of time again, definitely a few days at least, like after or before. I am dependent on buses, of course. But I also have to consider the fact that I will have to take time off work for that one, because it's not like I'm staying somewhere with a guaranteed internet connection. And my work I can't do on public Wi-Fi, so I could hotspot my phone technically, but then I also have to take down my laptop, and it's like, yeah, we'll just have a break, you know, just have a break. So but yeah, I think that'll be really fun and a great opportunity to catch up with some people and stuff like that. So I should look into booking a room or now, because you can, like I said, you can book out rooms but not pay for them quite yet. Alright, so again we need to just bring up this a bit, because you're strangely lighter than everywhere else and you should really be starting to get darker around here. And I think we actually need to darken the black. I think that's also part of the problem. One of the things I'll need to do as well is pull out the sewing machine and actually finally finish sewing the cape for my cosplay. The Jester Live War cosplay that I've worn multiple times is currently, I don't know if you can kind of see it hanging up there on the drying rack. I've worn it so many times. There's a couple of changes to it that we need to do. One, I need to repair the horns. They need to be switched into individual claws so that they can sit into my hair. And then the because one of them broke off the headband, so it's time to sort of fix all that up. Which the headband was always temporary anyway, so I don't mind switching that out. It was always meant to go on actual claws instead of the headband. And then during Armageddon in Auckland, because I didn't really want the tight constricting corset, it was going to be a lot, especially on my back. And I knew I just wouldn't, like, I took the corset with me just in case, but I wanted something just in case I wasn't feeling up to the corset and comfortable in the corset. And so I also took up just a brown sleeveless tank that I could wear over top, because the dress is slightly see-through. It is an underdress. It's been made out of breathable linen cotton and is designed to be an underdress with a corset or something on top of it. Purposely sewn that way, which is great unless you don't want to wear the corset. And the tank worked great as a temporary fix, but everything else on the costume is so ornate, and then this tank is not. And like, it wasn't really giving full Jester cosplay vibes. I mean, it's a very casual Jester anyway, because I don't paint myself blue. I just do normally blue eyeshadow and blue glitter across the cheeks. I forgot my blue glitters. I forgot my blue stars, so I had none of the blue on me. And then the horns weren't working. And so at that point I was like, you know what? We've got the elf ears. We've got some sort of battle outfit. We just kind of look like an adventurer. We're just going with adventurer, you know? And one person did go, hey, are you Jester Lavore by chance? I was like, yes. Very casual version, but well done. But the point is, if I keep an eye out in the op shops, I might find like a brown vest that I could wear in place of the corset that would hopefully still be a little bit more ornate and give those vibes, but allow me to not wear the corset on the days that I can't physically mobilize with the corset on. So that's something I got to keep an eye out. And then the other part is there is also a cloak to Jester, a green traveler's cloak that I have the fabric for. I have the pattern cut out. It's almost ready to go. It just really needs cutting and sewing. And I've never finished it. Now, every time I've worn Jester to Armageddon or around, I've worn it to DM gigs and stuff like that, and I've worn it to Armageddon, but it's been the Auckland Armageddons where it's in summer and it's so hot that you don't need a cloak. So it's fine. But the Wellington one is in the middle of winter, and Wellington is windy as fuck. And while when you get to Armageddon and you're in Armageddon, you may not need, you know, a cloak or anything, because you're fine when you are like traveling to and from, or in some of the panels which can be actually outside. You need something there because it's windy, so I need a cloak for that. So I do need to finish it before that as well. That's all good, Shai. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. I'm so glad you could be here, and I hope you feel more awake now with your spicy food. I'm probably going to do the same thing at some point. But I think we have basically done the floor. There's still some finessing to go, but it's at a point that I think is okay to kind of cool most of it. Like, a lot of it just needs a... That's too light. We need number 2. And that way we can get a bit more of a blend in. There's some pencil strokes that we need to hide. Just use it as a bit of a blender. But yeah, we're just about to come up to our next ad break. And then we'll be in our final hour of stream. I am going to call it at 2 p.m. today, which is in an hour. So we've still got another hour, but I am going to acknowledge that I am still not 100% and not push myself. Likely. I don't know. I'm going to see. But I am going to stop and take a slightly longer break so I can go to the bathroom. And just do a little bit of self-care. So make sure that you take this opportunity to also do your self-cares, you know, stretch, hydrate, meds, all the usual stuff that we talk about. If you want a piece of candy, also have a piece of candy. Like, you deserve it. Yeah, look at that. I think we got the floors done. Cool. Alright, let's get this ad started. I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we'll come back and we'll actually start trying to work out maybe this marbling. Scary. Also have to unmute the mic. Sorry. I also decided to make myself a sandwich because I realised I'm probably actually feeling very tired because I need to eat more than just candy. So we just quickly whipped ourselves up a sandwich. Already 2 bites and feeling much better. Okay. I knew I needed a little bit of something if we were going to start tackling this marble. So, proof before I ruin it, just in case. Actually, what I should do is if we do it on here, make us go laggy for a second, but then I can also bring it up on the computer. Marble, gold. There we go. So this is what we're looking at. And something like this, which you can't even see because it's not the full window. Good job, Amy. Not image, we want window capture. We can get rid of that. We can also get rid of our tabs. And then we can make it small. Oh, not that. If we do that, you'd actually see a little bit more. Okay. So yeah, something like this is kind of what I'm thinking. Like this, maybe? Okay. That's a print. So, yeah. This is what I'm thinking. But what I need to find is how it works on a pillar. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Love that. And the other thing as well is that the gold, like, I actually have like a gold Posca I could technically pull out as well. That we could make it shiny, however, I feel like that would distract from everything else on the page, so, but it could be something fun for the future, but we're not going to do it here. So, marbled, so, oops, sorry, hit the mic there. Marbled pillar, that might be what we kind of want to look at. Okay. I do apologise, the stream is going a little laggy. It doesn't look like we've dropped any frames or anything. And kind of looks like it's a little bit more detailed than ours. But what I'm looking at here is the shadows and highlights. So if we're doing marbled, the round is shiny. Which we can do, but we need to put some shine highlights on it because it is a shiny surface. It's a smooth reflective surface. So first thing is we have very sharp highlights to indicate. So yeah, it's going to be interesting because there's such tonal variation in the actual pillar itself, but then we also need to indicate shadows and highlights like they've done here. So you can see we've got all these beautiful variations in this pillar, but then we also have a clear indication of shadow throughout all of this. And the sharp highlight really helps reflect that, because it's like very clearly, oh, this is a highlight, so your brain naturally reads this as a shadow, even though some of this is because it's actually darker in terms of the tone of the marble, not necessarily that it is shadow. Like this isn't shadow down here, this is tone of the marble, but because it's down low and its placement here, we read all of it as shadow, even though only this section is shadow. So that's going to be a really interesting challenge to try and replicate, to put all those beautiful variations in the marbled that we saw, while still indicating shadows and highlights. Because if we look at this image, I wonder if we can just open the image in a tab. It's so tiny. If we look at this image and the tones in it, like we're working with a white pillar. White's not hard to do. That's just light greys, a little bit of cream maybe. And then we've got these areas here where we've got a bit more of the silver in it. Or we could do more of this type marble where it's more linear, more like wood. Let's just search marble background and see what comes up. So this is stuff that I normally do off stream when I'm trying to figure something out. Is I will take time, investigate, look around, pull out references, test on pieces of paper. Like, you might only see me on stream colouring for 3 hours on a page, but there could be an hour of prep work that's gone into that. So, but doing that allows me to just work a lot quicker on stream because I know what I'm doing and how I'm going to approach it. So this is kind of what I'm leaning towards, because if we go with this sort of cracked texture rather than the swirly, then we can actually literally just colour everything light cream or light white and then go in with the cracks on top. Right, if we look here, so even simplified versions, like that's a stylized version of marble, but even they use it. Yeah. So if we go for this cracked look, and then we can just use our warm golds, which we've already used on the page, so we're reflecting colour that we've already got, and then we've got a darker grey running through it. And we'll ignore the fact that these like areas, well no, we could do these areas of dark grey too, but it's basically we colour the whole thing in this light cream, white. We add in our shadows per that, and then we come in with our golds and our darker greys with brown undertones, and then we do these additional cracks on top, and we just have to consider the shadows as we place it. So I think there's a plan. I think that could work. So now in terms of colors, so because we're using gold, I think we're going to stick with the warm greys here. I feel like warm greys are going to be our friend here. You can see my cool greys. Got lots of brand new ones in here. I probably actually can swap some of these out for the backups and put these ones back in here, because like that one can go back in there. I took a bunch of these little ones out and put the full length versions in here for when I was traveling. 181, you are Payne's Grey. And then you are Cold Grey 5? Yeah. Even more pencils going into the pencil holder. Ha ha ha. And then you must be Cold Grey IV. Oh, this container's getting so full. I love it. I love it. Oh, I just realised I can't see you guys at all because I forgot to put the chat back up for me. I love how you explain lighting, how to make certain effects. I'm really glad. Like, I love being able to share my knowledge, like, and how I kind of think for a process. And honestly, at any point, if you have any questions or you're not sure how to approach something, please feel free to ask. Like, so it's not used a lot in the channel, in the Discord, but there is legit a channel in my Discord, which is help. And that channel was created for, like, if you're working on a page and you can't figure something out, you put that page up and then we can come in and try and help you. Like I was explaining with the coloring book, coloring chat that I have. You know, they put the picture up because they couldn't figure out what color to use, or they couldn't explain why something wasn't working. Because sometimes that perspective from other people can actually really help you see something. Doesn't mean you have to listen to them. Just saying that as well, you know. It's all just suggestions. But yeah, legit, any point you're stuck, you're not sure, or you just want to know about something, please let me know. Because I know from doing all this, I know I need to make a light tutorial. I know I need to make tutorials about how I do all these color balances, how I do this stuff, and put it into a condensed form for YouTube. I know I need to do that. It's just showing me more and more I need to do this. I will eventually. Oh, just time. Time. Alright. Actually, you know what? I think we're at a point with these 3 pencils that I might have to officially retire them. Let's find out. Moment of truth. Okay, I can't twist that one. I can't twist that one. Like, I can twist it if I pull it up, but then it's not sharpening. That one we can still technically get a little bit out of, so that one is not quite at retirement stage. Sorry, Indifferent Blue, you get bumped back into doubles. Your counterpart still viable. However, let us honour and celebrate the life of Dark Grey 6. I mean Cold Grey 6. And Dark Crimson. You have lived a good life. You have done your service. You may now go to your retirement home and relax in the retirement home for tired nubs. Meet your brethren. Enjoy your stay. I need to re-stick down these cats. But yeah, here's where all my pencils live when they're too tiny to sharpen anymore. There's a couple in there that probably could in a pinch actually still be used. Alright, distractions aside, it's me. When are we even not distracted? Alright, so next question. Where do we start this? Because we've got a lot of light to consider as well. None of these warm greys have double up stickers on them. Do I not have any warm greys? It wouldn't surprise me because I use more of the cool greys than the warm greys. But also, interesting. Alright, well that's what we need to colour, but that's going to be the challenging one to colour because I'm not even quite sure how it works as a 3D object yet. So we'll come back to that one. This one we have to contend with a lot of differing light sources, so I think we'll just start on the pole here. Even though the pole is going to be quite a bit in shadow by this point, it's still probably going to be one of the easier places to start. Alright, so what I've got here is all our warm greys. We will be bringing in other colours later on, but we're going to use our warm greys. This will also help differentiate between the ground as well, which is built up on cool greys. Sorry, I just saw some smudges on Farah. This is a terrible eraser and not really what I want to use. Is there an eraser in here? Would you be so kind as to have an eraser for me? No? No, that would be too much to ask. Okay then. Fine. See if I care. I'm going to ask some of the other containers. Hey look, there's mascara. Excellent. I'm running out of mascara, so that's very handy actually. Bunch of sharpeners, a hair clip, more sharpeners, more sharpeners. I had a feeling you were a sharpeners container. Oh, you're a paintbrush and some random pens container. Where are all my erasers? Shouldn't do that. That's not good for the pencils. Did I move one into here for when I went away? Aha! I did. I know how I think. You also need to clean desperately now. Actually, we'll just cheat. We'll just use the other side. Then I don't have to clean it as much. Ha ha ha. Yeah, fine. We'll just take the whole thing off. If you're going to be like that. So because at this point we've had a lot of me like working back and forth instead of just working left to right, which would be logical. If I bring you down a bit closer, the actual like areas around here, there's a little bit of smudginess. So we're not even in frame. It's really not bringing you in that much closer, sorry. Oh my god, I've just found a whole section of floor that I missed. Oh, damn it. Damn! There's a whole section down here. And there's like a little strip. It's not much. It's just annoying. Ugh. Figures. Figures! Alright, and then we'll need you as well. So that pencil also needs sharpening. At least when it's like back here and it's getting to the point of this, It's pretty dark. In fact, we can even darken this floor a little bit. Oops, I just got it on the pillar. That's fine. We'll fix it up. Because this is actually our darkest point of the room. So we can... Our white tiles are practically in shadow here. And then pull out our electric eraser and just clean up that overcolor. Boom! Never happened. I was perfect. I never ever missed a section. I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, lying on this channel. How could you? How could you? Okay. So, let's move that. No, not the right color chart. I really have to redo my color charts at some point. There you go. So we're working with here to here, our warm greys. So technically all the poles are warm grey 1. Like that is their purest, natural, 100% light, no shadows, no highlights. The warm grey 1 is our overall colour. So technically everything should get a coat of this. That's going to take forever. Let's just try experimenting with a small area. You can actually see a difference. I don't know if you on stream can see a difference. You can in real life. We also need to sharpen this pencil. And possibly empty out my pencil sharpener. I don't usually work light to dark. I actually usually work dark to light. So this is actually quite strange for me. However, considering everything would basically be this colour if it wasn't for the introduction of shadows and highlights, makes sense. I don't know why I'm trying to follow the shape of it. It doesn't matter. It's just a base coat. Just as long as it's even. So normally I wouldn't recommend doing what I'm doing here, which is laying the pencil on the side and shading right across. It's actually not the best way to get an even layer. It also highlights the ridges of the paper. It's really not the best way to do it. However, do what monkey says, not what monkey do. Monkey do be feeling lazy. Sometimes it's just easier, especially on the hands. It's really not easy in the long run because it's going to take more cleanups to fix it. However, because of the fact we're working with marble, if it's a little bit uneven, it's actually not going to be the worst thing in the world because marble is uneven. So, alright, warm grade 2. That's free. Where's 2? 2? 2, 2, 2. You are 2. You really badly need to sharpen. Alright, so we've only actually just coloured in this little base section. I'm just using this sort of like a little test section. Because here at this point, there's almost no radial light. There's a little bit of gentle light from the door and over here, but there's no like blue light, there's no direct light. So it's really, we've just got a bit of light coming from this side. So we're doing darks this side, lights this side. So we have a shadow would be across here, and then because our light is top down, we'd also have shadow coming from the overhang of this pillar part, and then this side technically would get no light really. Yeah, pretty much. This side is all gotta be recolored in with number 2. Because whatever the darkest side on their edges is basically at least what the lightest side on this one is, so. It's so weird working essentially backwards for me. Because I normally start out with the shadows and then I use the lighter colours to blend it out. So it's actually throwing me off actually working this way. In fact, we could just jump straight into the shadows because we know this is our darkest, so there's no reason why. So, we're going to start with our shadows. Screw it. We're working very oddly here. So, with anything like a pillar, or like this, there's going to be a little bit of the ends that are a bit lighter, just because light bounces behind and around. So, you can see I'm leaving like a little edge here. Because there will actually be a slightly lighter edge for our dark edge. Sewing supplies are hard. Why does everything have nonsense measurements? Because they're a pain in the butt. They really are. What are you trying to figure out, hun? Nothing is universal. And that's what is one of the hardest things about working in a haberdashery store / home care store. Because when I worked at Spotlight, which is similar to Joanne's Fabrics, I think, where we did like sewing fabrics and craft stuff and art stuff, but we also did like home sewing fabrics and home interiors stuff. And people come in because I started on the counter in the art department because they brought me in for my art knowledge. That's why I was hired, because they had nobody with like art supplies knowledge. And then I learnt to crochet, and then I learnt sewing, and then they were like, you know, we could put you in haberdashery, we could put you in homewares, but I think we can put you in curtain making because you pick up on this stuff really well. So I moved into curtain making, and the amount of people that would come in and say, oh, I'm just a standard size, or they're just standard size windows, or it's just standard. It's like, there is no standard. Trust me, everything has its own form of measurement. Everything has its own coding system. You are not standard. I can sell you the most popular of this type of product, but it doesn't mean it's right. The amount of times of, it's just a standard window. It's like, cool, what standards are those? Because New Zealand ain't got any. Or like, oh, I only measured one window, but there's 4 of them in this room and they're all the same and we want inner fitting blinds. And I'm like, yeah, no. Nope. You'll go and measure each one individually because they're not made by computer. They are nailed in by humans, and humans make errors, and I guarantee they're not even flush 90 degrees in each corner. No. Maybe if they're too small or too big, like if the style's right but the size is wrong, just email them and just say, sorry, you misunderstood the measurements. Could you swap them and do a return? Does mean, of course, you have to pay postage and get them back to them, but yeah. Always check the size guides. Nothing is ever the same. Had somebody come in once and they're like, oh, the pattern calls for A buttons, like A size buttons. So I'm just getting, and I'm like, no, you don't want our A buttons. They're like, no, pattern calls for A buttons, so I'm getting these ones. I was like, your pattern calls for size A buttons. A buttons in our store refer to pricing, not size. Which is why, beside the A button, they specify that they want you to get 3 1/4 inch buttons, which is not to do with the letters on these cards. You need a tape measure. You need to measure the buttons. Yeah, they're not much, are they? I guess that's why she also has that, like, sample kit, so you can try the different sizes and figure out what's the actual perfect size for you. But did everything else arrive in alright, apart from you misreading the measurements of the bra wire? It didn't take long, eh? Because you just placed that order on Sunday. Still waiting on the corsetry stuff. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's something I should do, is actually look into making my own corset to replace the terrible corset that I have. Because one of the issues with the corset that I have is it doesn't have a big enough armhole to account for the fact that I have excess skin under my arms. So it just means that the corset continually rubs on my arms, which hurts. Which is one of the reasons why I don't like to wear it. It's also not the best on my back in terms of where some of the parts of it are in terms of the supports. I won't mind having a few more corsets in the costume cupboard, because they're the sort of thing that really make it clear that you're cosplaying something. Plus, they just look good. Was something on the page there. Okay, it's looking very, very grey at the moment. Which, I mean, it is meant to, but it's also looking like very dark grey. I think I went a little too dark, maybe? I don't know, we'll keep working at it. We'll keep playing. We're still figuring it out. This is why we're starting down here, because it's all in shadow. So if worst comes to worst, we'll just make it entirely dark. And it's like it never happened. I suppose it's really not going to look like marble until we start bringing in the actual gold and brown lines. I think these ones work off band measurement. Does it not specify on the website how to measure up? But scaled on screen it measures right and also matches with your mock-up. Oh, I see. Printable wire chart. Oh. Because I never actually brought for them, so I never went so far as to actually look at which one I'd need. I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. I've never seen a sizing chart like that, but I guess maybe that's how it's done. I don't know. Maybe they mostly sell at costume makers or something. I know, it's an odd little store, but as I showed you, they have great stuff. So, but yeah, if it scales up right, go for it. I feel way better after a sandwich. It's not quite the spicy soup that I wanted, but definitely a bit better. That's okay. You'll learn from it and you won't do it again. It's not like it's, you know, $120 or something. They're only what, $4? $4.50? It happens. We all have done it. And $7 postage, yeah. Yeah, that part's a little painful. Postage is always painful. Well, I mean, if you want the guarantee, there is that box thingy where they give you it in a bunch of sizes and stuff. And that way you can try a bunch of them and you send them back. If you're not 100% confident, but sounds like it lines up, right? Yeah. It's usually the New Plymouth curse too. And I mean, it's in my region and I would still have to order it online. I can't get down to Eltham. That's like an hour and a bit away. Like, it's really in the middle of nowhere. Eltham, Stratford? I know, if it's Stratford, it's still at least half an hour away. I'm sure it's like Eltham, though. But yeah, it's like absolute rural. Like, nothing's down there. It's such an odd place for it to be, but I guess it kind of makes sense in terms of being just like your small mum and pop shop. If it's even still a shop front. New ones ordered. Well done. It sucks, but at least it was an easy solve. And it happens. We've all done it before. It's half the reason why I really do prefer shopping in store. As do a lot of people. But in this day and age, that's not always an option. But yeah, I do. The one shots made me realize, has made me realize that I do need to find something steampunky to have in my costume closet, just in case. Like a fascinator or something. Something that would turn the basic corset and top into something a bit more steampunky than just the corset and top. But the corset or top will do. I'll contact them anyway and see if they will take a return. I'm going to need more if these are right. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. And if you're going to be getting a bunch of them anyway, they might even let you do a bulk order for a little bit of a discount or something. It's making me want to pull out. In fact, we are coming up to an ad break. Maybe on the ad break I'll pull out my cloak, the cloak stuff, and show you guys. I wasn't going to go after the ad break, but I actually think I can do another half hour, and I kind of want to get this section done so that I can keep working away on the marble off stream. Because the marble's going to be a lot of the same old as well. So if I can get all that sort of stuff done, then next time we come to stream, we can actually just focus on a lot of the really fun bits. But I think we've kind of got a bit of a... We're getting there. We actually need... This needs to be a little darker across here. Can be lighter that side, but it's got to be dark at this side. Oh, excuse me. So sorry, that is sandwich and energy drink. A delicious combo, but not really. Especially not on stream. Okay. Alright, let's get in here darkened a bit more, because this is way too light. Because I have a trick for doing all the like ziggy zaggediness of the marble that is going to work really well to help it appear really random. It's such a simple trick. I've used it for a lot of stuff. But we need to make sure our base is all good. Because the moment the base, like we start those lines, I think we won't be able to go over the base anymore. So the base has to be completed before we can start doing the marble detailing. That's why I'm getting some pings. How do I comment is my other account? That one. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. That one. I will share all that to my story afterwards. Why is it whenever I have a sandwich, I want to have a cookie? I mean, I kind of know why, because, you know, kids' school lunches, you grow up, and I don't know if it's, like, it's obviously not traditional lunch everywhere, but our traditional lunch was always a sandwich or a yogurt. I didn't like it. It was a sandwich or a yogurt because I never felt full in a yogurt. A sandwich, a piece of fruit, and a sweet treat, which was usually something Mum had baked. So I'm very used to lunch being a sandwich, a piece of fruit, and a cookie. It's still ingrained in me that you have a sandwich, you have a cookie. So no way, technically, it's just part of it. But yeah, so we are just about at the ad break. It's technically going to run in a minute, but I'm going to actually start it a minute early because I really, really need to stretch my back right now. So we're going to listen to the body and do our self-care. So we'll run this break for 3 minutes. As I've said a few times now, we do run the ads every hour, and I do apologize. Ads suck, I know, but I promise we're not going to do anything during the ads because we use these ads as our self-care reminder. Because for me and my body, it is very important that I take an hour break, an hourly break, and we do a full dedicated 3-minute break. This is a mindful break. Like, I know sometimes I stop coloring and just chat or go and get things, but this is a purposeful break where I purposely stretch and focus on my body and make sure that my body is good. And it helps me with streaming and not therefore be in a ton of pain once we finish streaming, not screaming. Anyway, let's get this ad started. I'm going to do my stretches and then we'll be right back. Oh. 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 I do have it right here. Oh my god. Oh, one's falling. Okay, that's good as well. Okay. I'm just watching the container, like the stack of stuff by my yarn just move because it's actually stacked on top of a pile of stuffing. The great thing was I found my folder of prints that I still have not put up. Oh my god. That's so many bits in here. So I've got this beauty. This is actually an original by Pencil Butter. Critical Depression. That's a print by Pencil Butter. And then these two gorgeous prints that she got for me. Caleb print. I have this print by Whoop. And they all live in this folder, waiting for the day when they finally get framed and put up in the walls. Because they're gorgeous. And now to keep them safe, we're also going to move this wonderful random FUD print. And these two, is it Amanda Lane? Amanda Toda. Amanda Lane's another artist. They're all going in there too. And then at least I know they're safe. Oh, we're gonna keep stretching. Aren't they? Aren't the jesters amazing? Yeah, when she put this one up for sale, I had to grab it. I freaking loved it so much. Plus, I felt responsible because I did kind of get her addicted to Critical Role. But I freaking loved it. I have quite a few PB prints, so. But yeah, and then this one is a print. The Convention Jester, Traveler-Con Jester. She's got a little Traveler-Con pass there, which I've always loved that as well. So. One day they will make it up onto the wall. But yes, welcome back from the ads. We have all sorts of stuff here. This is the hooded cloak pattern. It's really simple. It's designed to be done with fleece. Instead, I have a beautiful green velvet. And then I also have a lining fabric. And I spent ages printing the cape and sticking the pattern together. It's so crunchy. We're not even in the right screen to show you this properly. So yeah, we have the cape pattern. So it's a full length cape pattern. And then we have the hood. And I'm actually combining two patterns to get the hood style I want and the cape pattern that I want. And it's all for free because it's designed to be cut from fleece and you don't even have to sew or hem it, but you can sew or hem them because they have instructions to line it as well. So I have the pattern cut and put together. Obviously it needs flattening again. I have the fabric, I have the lining, I have everything. I just haven't sat down and made it. I think there's even ribbon in there for a tie. Time to brave the supermarket. You took the afternoon off? Yeah. No, that makes sense, you know. Self-care is valid. You are well and truly deserving of taking the afternoon off. You can keep me in your ear as you go around the supermarket if you need the company. Supermarkets are a lot. Right, we need to actually move screen, although lipstick could kind of do another coat. I don't know why I did makeup today. Like, I didn't need to. I just kind of felt like it. You know, some days you wake up and you're like, I want to do makeup. But there is so much highlighter on my cheek. It's like, blamed. Because I forgot the blush also has some light highlighter in there, and then I just kind of went nuts with the highlighter because I was like, shinies. There's even like glitter in my eyes. It was a very glittery day. I just felt like wearing a lot of glitter today. So we wore a lot of glitter today. Alright, let's take you back to the art screen. When it loads. And after all that, I think I forgot to actually get myself a piece of candy. Because I was going to do that. Or a cookie. I think I want a cookie. I bet you the cookies are right at the bottom now. They are. Oh, and I've just tipped the canister to the side, so they're going to be all messed up. They are. We're going to have pink and a pink, and then just a small chocolate. What I want to know is if the Halloween candy on sale at the warehouse yet. 40% off Halloween excludes confectionery, which is buy one get one half price. No, not. Nah. Oh wait, till after Halloween. Alright. I know it's a lot of sugar that I keep eating today. Sugar is one of the few things that's actually covering the taste from these antivirals. It genuinely tastes like metallic bile continuously. I was trying mints and like gum and like the Curel throat lozenges do it, but they're pretty potent. They're potent eucalyptus and menthol. But they have their own disgusting flavour of their own, but they work, which is why if I need a throat lozenge, I use them. Unfortunately, the only thing I've found for a bit of temporary relief is sugar, which isn't great. Pink biscuit. These are such a novelty because we only ever got them in the biscuit tins. In terms of cookies, they're so shit. They're a thin wafer and shitty vanilla frosting between them, but they just hit. I think it's the nostalgia memories. I really should sort all that out. Right. So, I just put away the colour charts, and that's the actual part that I wanted. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not even coping. Look at that orange. Lots of orange, lots of red, lots of browns. And quite a bit of yellow. Welcome back, a sandwich. How are we doing? We're just working away on a little bit of the marble pillar now. I'm just experimenting with a section down the bottom where I can hide it if I F up. So, one of the things you might have noticed if you look at my pencil case, some of the pencils are upside down. It's so I can remember what pencils I've been using even after I put pencils away. It's common on a big page like this where I might be back and forth to it a few times. Alright, and we want a couple of darker browns. We want our yellow. That should do it. Good, good. Got some recording done. Heck yeah. Does anyone else? I don't even know if these are a biscuit or a cookie in other countries. Because I guess it's based on sort of like our fairy bread, the hundreds and thousands cookies. So it's just like a plain vanilla cookie. Pink icing. And then hundreds and thousands. It's what always like, because we didn't get commercial biscuits very often. Mum made most of the baking because it was cheaper back then for her to bake than to buy biscuits. And when she did buy biscuits, they were the cheaper ones that were on special. So it was chocolate chippies, ginger nuts, the plain ones, and hundreds and thousands. But I loved these ones, so. Just takes me back to childhood. Such childhood. All right. So now we want to do some lines. So just to sort of remind, and for those that missed it, we're doing a white gold marble. And there's one in particular here, this one, where we see all these like little jagged lines. So we're taking quite a bit of inspiration from that, but a lot of like the tones and variations from this page. And then we also did a bunch of like looking at different actual pillars and seeing how things are shaded on the pillars and stuff like that. So I think I've got an idea of how we're going to do it. And that's what we're experimenting with at the moment. It's just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous gold marble. And I'm so tempted to pull out like the gold metallic Posca with a little bit of glitter to fill in these gold channels. And it's like, no. That would be too much. Would be darn pretty though. But instead, we're just experimenting with this little area. So what we have done is we have done our base tone. So our marble pillar is just like a warm grey 1 to 2 as its base tone. This section being a lot more in shadow, has a lot more darkness. Now I possibly haven't gone dark enough, or I've gone too dark. It's really hard to tell at this point. Technically I should do everything and base everything and then do the next step, but I kind of want to experiment to see if this works, and then I can do all this off stream, because otherwise it's a lot of layering of colors. But we need each of these sections basically completed and before we add in the ripples. So we've got two types of ripples. We've got our warm grey and then we've got our green gold. So there is a light grey ripple behind, and then there's that very prevalent gold ripple on top. So we're going to start with our grey one. And how I'm going to do the ripple or those zigzags and guarantee that I do it in a way that's a bit more loosey and fluid rather than me trying to create it delicately with my right hand. So I'm actually going to take my non-dominant hand and use this. Now, I am slightly ambidextrous. I can write with this hand. However, colouring and drawing with this hand is quite difficult for me. But I can write with this hand. So I still have a little bit of control, but nowhere near the control that I have with this hand, which should result in some more interesting lines. Plus, it should also keep it clear for you to actually watch. So we've got a really sharp pencil, and we're just going to start drawing a line with the intention of zigzagging it. So there I ended up spiking down, so we're going to use it as a bit of a spike out radius. Oop, and there's our tip snapping. So it's okay if nothing's like too particularly clear at this point, because we're really just sort of marking things out and using this as our starting off point. I'm also keeping in mind where our sections are, so obviously there's not going to be a line directly across. We've got a line going through here, inside, and then over here, and then it starts up there. And so now we've got it in place, we'll use our controlled hand to define, darken, and make these channels clearer. And then anywhere up here where we go into some of the more darker areas, we'll pull out a darker grey. The other thing, of course, is we've still got another set of pencils to put over the top of this. We've still got the gold, so we don't need too many. We can always add in more of these ripples. Alright, we're probably going a bit heavy here. Oh well. We're figuring it out. See a little bit. It kind of looks like cracks at the moment. It's got a little marble-esque, but it's not particularly marble. And then there are some areas where it is too defined. Like the grey was really, really subtle. So we're going to use our really light grey, our grey number 2, and just go over these and blur it out a bit. Just help reduce down some of that. Okay, let's look at the reference. Yeah, definitely a lot, but maybe this is one of those grayer sections. Alright. So now we're going to take our green gold. I'm going to do the same thing. So again, we're really just marking out the territory. Cool. Now we're doing the same thing and going in and cleaning up. These ones we're actually making a bit wider because the gold is a lot more prevalent. There is wider channels with the gold. And we're trying to like not make any straight flat lines. Everything needs to either have like bumps and kinks and no straight. Alright, so now we've got those baselines sort of in. We're going to be doing the same thing with our gold tones to turn it into gold. Similar to like what we did with the wings or the mirror around Sir Bobbington. So because we kind of use the more tanned yellow to base everything, I'm just going to go over with our bright yellow. This is more just to fill in any extra areas, warm up certain areas. A lot of the gold in this is a lot more toned down, and that's because it has got that undertone with the marble around it. So it is a lot more of a grey. So that's why we started with the more green gold rather than the bright yellow gold. We can also use this if we want to create any subtle tails or shoots offs. Alright, burnt umber. No, not burnt umber. We want Bistra first. And we want a pencil extender. So yeah, looking back at it, what I should do bring it up big for you. Get rid of the Adobe advertising. So if we look at this sort of golden lines for it, we've got a lot of variation in texture and tone in here, and that's the same thing with the mirror frame and stuff, where by having that contrast in the highlights and the shadows, we got the idea that there was sort of like a rich reflective gold in there. So that's what we're aiming for. So we need to start adding in areas of darker, and we're also going to try and keep in mind that certain areas are already darker anyway. What are we thinking? It's not quite 100% there. Bring some now what we're gonna do, we're gonna fade out some of these I think next time I wouldn't actually bolden the grey lines, I would shade around and then I would bolden them as needed because they are too bold and they're also very linear. I wonder if I can, that's a bit of a risk. Actually, hang on, I quite like that texture. Okay, that kind of works. That was a complete accident, but let's keep doing that. So I'm using the eraser and where the lines are, just taking away little marks. And then going back over with our warm greys 1 and 2, which is sort of our base tones. And it's leaving the lines there, but in a much more subtle way that feels more natural rather than the lines that we've got. Alright, hang on. Discovered by accident. There's still a little bit on the gold too. Let's try it. Again, we're experimenting here. If it doesn't work, we're just erasing the whole thing. Not the whole colouring page, just literally the sections we've been working on. Because I was wondering how to bring white into this, into the gold, because I can't necessarily use a white Posca, which is how I brought in the white with the frames and the wings, but we need to save that white Posca for the actual highlights. Okay, that kind of works. We're going to have to get some more batteries for this and find our replacement eraser bits, because it's going to need it. I don't know if this is the proper way to do it, but I like how it looks, and that is the main thing. Right, so doing it in the dark section could be a bad idea, but let's have a look when we blend it. Okay, so in the dark we do need to up our shader. It does need to become a darker shader. But it's not bad. Not bad at all. Gotta love those happy accents, right? Like, I don't know how well it's picking up for you. Yeah, I can kind of, I just made it full screen on mine to kind of see what you're seeing. Except mine's struggling to do it full quality while I'm live streaming as well. But I'm starting to see what I was seeing. Starting to see it come together. So I think we still need to push the brown and the gold a little bit more because there's quite a bit of brown and gold, which is quite surprising. But this also gives us areas where things are darker. I think I also just need to make sure I'm being less linear. A lot of these lines are kind of obvious in some areas. We need to blend things out a bit more. Alright, so I was a bit worried I wouldn't be able to come back in and blend afterwards, but actually the blending afterwards is helping a little bit too, so it's good to know we can get those lines down and we can blend around and keep adding, well, until the paper won't let us add anymore anyway, which with the way that this is going is pretty much now. Getting very much towards the end of its capacity to hold pencil layers. I love these books, but the paper's really not the best in them. Cool. Alright, so I think the only thing left to do, look, I have a brand new white Posca, thanks to you lovely folks. Also finally got the green that I wanted. It is also the silver gold and the black, which is great as well. Those are all chunky whites. We don't want chunky white, or do we? No, the highlights over here wouldn't have been intense enough anyway to justify a chunky white. So at this point there really wouldn't be too many areas where there can be a shine reflect because it is in a lot of shadow and it probably genuinely still needs darkening. Like, this is meant to be shadow version. The floor is also white and the floor is basically grey, so we definitely need to push these tones a bit more. Which is possibly going to lose us all those little subtle grey background details that we just did. Trust your gut, Amy. It's scary, but it's got to be done. It's a bit annoying how the pillar has these lines in it. It's also throwing me off. So yeah, I think that's probably about it, but it's a bit hard to tell until we do the rest of everything. Until we do the rest of the pillars. I have a sneaking suspicion I just used sepia instead of dark grey, warm grey 6 for the shadows, but that's actually okay. It's still tied in. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. The contrast will be a lot better in the lighter sections, where you will actually be able to see the variations a lot better. You will be able to pick out the tones. The gold will pop a lot more. Again, this is not the best section in terms of color to start off in, but it's the easiest sections in terms of figuring out where we're placing stuff, so that when we get to those sections, we'll know. And then because it's shiny, in fact, I'm just, again, we're experimenting because this is our little experiment section. And the cool thing with Posca is you can also erase by using a sharp pencil and scratching it off. If you give it a minute to cool, to set, can also lightly work over it. And then some variation. Get some lighter tones in that gold. Again, so subtle you probably can't see it, but I can. yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. I think that'll work. Again, it's very dark right now, but when we do the other sections with it being lighter, I think that'll work. And look at that, we did make some progress today. So yes, we are going to end stream here. Again, we've got a little later than I intended, but I do definitely want to have a bit of a rest before work tonight, and do some self-care time, because we're still not 100% and I'm starting to feel myself just go poof. So it's definitely time for a rest. I'm just seeing who's on. No worries, I'm glad to be back. It's lovely to be back. I've missed hanging out with y'all. Alright. Let's search colouring and see if anyone else is live. Nope. Search colouring's about the other way. Just me. Okay, so there's definitely, at least not using the tags, nobody else colouring. There's a bunch of people doing scary Halloween stuff. Do we have any suggestions for where we might like to go? Because the only person I have on that's kind of appropriate is someone who only speaks Japanese, or we go raid Scribble again. Which honestly, I'm not feeling great, so it could be a raid and run. So maybe we will just do Scribble, because I can do a raid and run there and apologise and just be like, yo, I'm raiding and running because I'm not well. I think we'll do that. And then I know that I've left you in another cool Kiwi streamer. Alright, so if anybody wants to grab the raid message, feel free. That's our raid message there. I don't know why I closed my phone up, because I have it preloaded on my phone so that I can see us when we raid. And Scribble. There we are. Turn that down to silent. Cool. Alright, let's get this raid started. You're going to pick up at the channel being live? No, you never do. And then I have to remember how to spell Scribble's name. There's Scribble. Alright, let's start this raid. So thank you so much to everyone for being here. I really appreciate you all hanging out with me. I really have missed you all, so it's been wonderful to hang again. And I will see you all on Friday's stream. If not, Wednesday for the Fate of Ison special. I hope you'll all be there and see me play Jam Cogsberry and see how this disaster goes. It's going to be really fun. But thanks for being here. Make sure you take care of yourself, and I'll see you all on Friday, if not earlier. Bye!